Hey, happy Sunday. Sunday, Swamptacular Splashfest 2025, of which this is actually the 29th. Can you believe we're on week 29 of the year 2025? It's more than halfway. It's like 10% more than halfway. We're flying through the year. How's everybody doing today? Dro song, you thought you're feeling a bit swampy? Me too. Blue Cow, big move for you. Captain Lung Whistly, ready to get some XP today? And it's always good to see the real deal Goblin, accept no imitations. Just getting started over here, quite literally. Hey, how's the mic sound? How's the microphone today? What do we got going on for a sound check? Do you like what you hear? Do I need to turn my fan off? Do I need to turn anything up, turn anything down? Let me know. Sounds good. Thank you, Rafgar. Hey, you sound good. It's good to see you. Just on patrol a little bit down here. You don't hear the fan? Cool. Yes. That's what I was hoping, right? Oh shit. My invis wore off and I'm just like training through. This is good. Oh my god, it's interrupted. This is not going well for me. Okay. About to go for a run. Nice. I'm about to go for a run too, but my run is, I'm going to press the W key. That's a lot of Dargwolves. No wonder I was getting killed so fast. We'll let them all go back. I just logged on well adjusted here just to, I almost went for a corpse run. Oh, that's right. I was just way too casual. I'm just running around. I was just patrolling a bit. I guess my invis wore off. Yeah, I see here. Your skin starting to appear. Your feel stuff starting to appear. My skin stops tingling. I'm gonna have some trouble today. What's going on, Ishiwatari EQ? How you doing? So hopefully this doesn't pull any extra ads. All right, just one is enough. Honestly, this dart is probably too strong for me. Just period, point blank. This dart is very powerful. I'm hoping to stick a root. If I don't stick a root very soon, I'm in trubs. Okay, hold on. Let's play a different Shadow Knight or something. Sometimes you just gotta hit a /Q while you're feigning death and just try again another time. Hold on. Good thing I have like so many Shadow Knights. I don't want to sit in med. I don't know about you guys, but it's too early for that. I only want to log on pre-medded tunes, right? Strats. This is stable quest in action. You dig deep into the stable, and you say, you know what? Today, I'm not medding. How about this? Instead of playing a Shadow Knight. Right, you hit that /Q emergency. This is I didn't have to /Q, but it was just faster. Because the one Dar that I was fighting, was the one that aggroed me first, which I'm assuming was the Pather. And it would kind of seem that way because I was able to get up from Feign Death and fight just that one. if I had been fighting a different one, the one that I did pick was going to end up coming back too. You know what I mean? It's just, it is how it is with the Pathers. They need to fully reset. Now, where's the Pather reset to? Your guess is as good as mine. I don't know. I don't know if they ever reset. So it's just, if you want to ever like not hear that frock, unfortunately, that's the way. What if instead of 50% bonus XP, they did 500% bonus mana regen? Oh my god, that'd be crazy. And then you're a warrior, and you're just like, this isn't fair. Anyway, let's see what we got going on in, what have we here? Lower Guck. I mean, Argley's holding it down, obviously. So, we'll check in on him. See what kind of, you know, buffs he got going on. $14 players online right now. That's a lot of the usual suspects you might expect to see. Some 2 hands for pets? Sure, sure. Yeah, I don't have anything on me right now for a pet. Except a torch. Got a torch over there. This is not fine steel, this is a J-Man stick. It's good. Anyway, so this is the Battle Cleric, right? This is, hey, Antonio's Block Party, what's going on? This is Wipeout. I was playing Wipeout last Sunday in the hole. And I'm kind of thinking, why not go for a part 2? Unfortunately, I am a Battle Cleric, right? Which means I'm going to be meleeing. I'm not going to be meting. I'm going to be, in fact, probably letting the toxic side of me out. And by that I mean using the Poison Wind Sensor, which has an AoE Poison Wind, you know? Which is cool. There's toxic clouds in the area of my group mates. They love that stuff. They haven't complained about it yet, so, you know, that means they must love it. It's good enough. It's been good enough. Got some coffee in the Spider-Man mug. Spidey. Hey, cheers. This is, hopefully not too hot to drink now. Oh yeah, that's good. Perfect. I like my coffee, like, chuggably cool. What was I up to? About to train myself on a new tune. Yeah. I can cover heals. Someone else might have to keep the tank up. Nah, we'll see how it goes. We were doing like so good last time. It was who was there? We had trying to remember what the lineup was. Who was playing who? We had a lot of flowers in and out. There's probably like 9 or 10 different flowers over the course of the stream. And we were just having a blast down there. Our newer friend Jank, I'm not gonna say he's new. He's newer to flowers, but he was doing work. He was pulling, and when one of our other friends came to join us and fell down the pit, he got on a rogue to drag. You know, that's going above and beyond. Because I was ready to be like, ugh, we'll help you out with that, like, after the stream, but no, oh yeah, Ishiwatari was doing really big tanking, right, on his Shadow Knight, if I do recall. Meningitis, yeah, he came down there, that was good. Good to get some Shaman in the mix. Captain Long Whistle was reporting in on Hillbilly. Hopefully we can do it again. What do you guys say? Who's online? Let's friggin' go. If we're already there, then when people wake up, they can come join us. How about that? Oh yeah, Death Star came. I feel like Stargate was there at the beginning. Right or no? I feel like we had a few druids over the course. Alright, anyways. How's the game sound? Is it making sound? Yeah, I guess it is, huh? I don't want it to be too loud. But I also don't want it to be, like, lacking. If that makes sense. Anyway, Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest. Every week. And I look forward to it. You know what I mean? It's the highlight of my week. That could be because it's on the weekend. You know what I mean? Everything on the weekend is always going to be like, it's amped up. Kick it up a notch. I decided to fight these gargoyles. You know? Playing like a Shadow Knight. My Shadow Knight melees these down with no problem, very quickly. Caster perhaps might have wanted to cast. I'm now realizing. It's alright, if I figure this stuff out early in the stream. Hey, I see you. See the Shimo. Alright, looted up all the eyes. How many eyes was that? 1 eye? 3 eyes? It's not bad. Still actually got the loot from last time. Stacking of poison resist? Sure. I think so. Gonna need some heavy dexterity if you want to proc more though. Dual assassin with mask, huh? Yeah, I'm good. I got my bard and my rogue both got theirs. I wish it was you know, clickable from inventory by all classes, but we can't always get what we want, right? It's 2025. We're playing on, you know, not really the most fresh of the servers. You could say it's a little mature. Right? That's how we're gonna say it. Anyways, I'm worried about bag space. I'm over here picking up spore mushrooms. Anybody, oh. Yeah, Ishiwatari EQ says the AoE damage to us wasn't really too bad, if you remember correctly. Yeah, it tickles. It's just like, you know, probably like a funny smell. It's like a funny smell level of damage. If you know, if the visibility isn't great when it chain procs though, yeah. I could picture that. I feel like I have my effects turned so far down that I don't even like. I'm not too bothered. Yep, I bring a little swamp with me in Tony's block party. You fill your shoes up with swamp water, fill your pockets up with mushrooms, and you know what I mean. You bring that inefuel reality with you. Third pants. Oh yeah, I wish. One of these days. You got your rogue to level 13 yesterday. Grats on dual wield. That's what's up. Yeah, this mask, I'm pretty sure everybody in Flowers has all the masks they need. Guck is the promised land. We have, you know, we're provided by Guck. Anyways, let's see here. Feels like I'm going so slow, but I'm not. I'm going like a normal, regular speed. Alright. Alright, who else is on the way there? We'll get there. I'll let you guys all in. If I gotta shrink myself in, I'll shrink myself in. Fresh ass potion ready to go. And then we'll start. If we just have a few people, you know, Ishiwatari EQ, you're coming, right? We're looking for a tank. And I think you'd be a perfect match for that right now. I'll even cast some heals on you. Sometimes. You got life tap though, right? We'll just not don't take damage and we'll be fine. Yes, I'm using AoE damage. We only wiped one time last week. And it honestly it was not even because I was being a battle cleric, right? We were fine when I was a battle cleric. I forgot my role for a second. And I cast a heal. I saw our puller, right? Jank, the monk, going down. Or, you know, not really going down, but he was low. And I'm like, oh no, let me cast a heal. And, yeah, he was feign death splitting. I feign death. I play a Shadow Knight like every day. So I know all about feign death, and I know how you don't heal the feign death puller while they're doing stuff because, you know what I mean? Just let them do their stuff. I was only half paying attention. I cast a heal and I wiped the group. Whoops, you know? If I had just stuck to swinging Poison Wind Sensor, not medding, not healing, we would have been fine all day. But it's all good. We recovered pretty quickly, thanks to, you know, Gob-Ilm, I should say. Sorry, not to be confused with Goblin, the real Goblin, who's in the chat. Let's talk about Gob-Ilm. He's handy. It's good to have a gnome in the house, right? Because well, he's Brelcerilus and they like him. So we'll just, you know. Ishiwatari EQ actually lived, come to think of it. He was able to survive and drag all the corpses. I would have dragged the corpse on Goblin if I had to, but didn't have to. Anyway, this is just memories from last week, right? This was the Sunday SWAMPTACULAR SPLASHFEST 2025, number 28 I'm talking about, you know? Almost ancient history. There's been an EQ stream, a Slay the Spire stream. What else? What else do we stream? That ridiculous idle game, NGU Idle, which I was just straight hooked to for a couple days there. I'm off. I mean, I'm still gonna play like later, but like for the duration of the stream, I'm not gonna look at it. I will not be distracted or tempted or you know, any of that. Anyways, we're just gonna start over here. We're literally setting up in position. Let's see. think I'll get on Mr. Nice Guy and just start letting peeps in. And if we get somebody else with a key before then, maybe we could pay McGilla to do it. Seemed like a upstanding Painedale resident. Alright, I wonder what my swimming skill's at. Let's see. Seems pretty good. 141. Not bad. Not bad. 142. Alright, let me get... I was going to say, let me hit 143, and then I'll stop swimming. Well, let's hit 144. Always good to get more swimming skills. 144 or 143 is pretty fast. Like I'm zooming through the water right now. And it's not the J boots, right? Like you're unaffected by J boots in the water or run speed buffs in general. Alright, where's this 144? Come on. Give me this skill. Is that a different robe right now? What's going on here? Or is it because you're swimming? Okay, you changed. You changed. With your bathing suit. How did I get 2 skill ups so fast? And now I can't get the 3rd. Come on. Now I'm determined. Like even if the door was open, I'd still be over here swimming. Come on, 144. There it is. Okay. Be right back on Mr. Nice Guy. Let's go. Let's get this party started. Making a silent move. Nobody knows that I have the key to the door. It's just on a, you know, a low level erudite Shadow Knight. If you couldn't see that coming, Mr. Nice Guy is, you know, my favorite class to play. Top secret. Our little secret. Between me and you. Mr. Nice Guy gets busy. I put in work on Mr. Nice Guy once upon a time, and I would do it again if there was ever the need. for noob yard action in Payneal. I'm there for it. I'm ready. Mr. Nice Guy is, he doesn't have the best gear in the world. He's certainly not like pre-buffed or anything like that, but he's got the fighter spirit and he's got harm touch up. That's it. That's the requirements for action. Ooh, Donald's boots. I gotta look up where those drop. I'm gonna guess Seb, huh? If it's something I don't see drop, it's probably Seb. Stupid keys. I'll go get a Seb key one of these days. I got one on the Shadow. I got one on Nui. I can't say the Shadow Knight, like it's. Oh, KC, really? Okay. Okay. I mess around in KC. Just getting started over here. Just, sip some coffee, wake up. It's not rise and grind, but I'm gonna be grinding even harder than a rise and grind on this Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest. I got a few things in mind today too. Um, as usual. Alright, we might have to request a soapbox of which I can stand upon for some thoughts later, but that's like way later. Right now, we got all this. We can't fit. You don't need to fit with the key. But anyway, waiting for some arrivals. Let's see. Let's see. I wonder if this player's in Kazakh Thule. I fought this. I'm not even gonna say their name out loud. No, I will. I'll say it. Buck Cake, right? I fought Buck Cake in Kazakh Thule, and it was very disappointing. I fought them twice, about 2 years apart, and both times was exactly the same. They went link dead early in the fight. I think that means they hit a /Q. Now, is it because they don't know how blind works and they thought they crashed? I don't know. You'd think you knew how blind works if you're playing, classic EverQuest in 2025. You probably are familiar with the spell line. But anyway, they hit a /Q, and it was disappointing, but I got the kill before too late, Twice. Very boring, though. It's like, how do you make that exciting? Clip-wise, I don't think you can. I might try it someday. If you see me upload a TikTok of me killing a link dead player, just give it a like, because you could tell I tried really hard to make it look exciting. It's all good, man. You'll get here when you get here, and then I'll open the door, and we'll move on to the next step. We'll kind of have the bare bones of a group at that point. Tank, battle cleric, and a necro. I don't know if Yonderwile, are you coming or it's getting probably a little late for you. Whoever shows up, I'm happy to have you. The more the merrier. It's still very early though. Sun's not up yet. It's the dawn's early light. No better time to have a group already starting to roll though, you know? Really setting our Sunday up for a successful Swamp Fest. The splashiest Swamp Fest. Funbags is not an earlier side player. Oh, you consider the butt crack of dawn early side? Yeah, it is. It is. It's very early. I get it. I chose this life, right? Sometimes I wonder why. Did I, Nobody was like, hey, you have to stream EQ at 6 a.m. twice a week. That was absolutely self-inflicted. But I'm happy to. I love it, By the time the coffee kicks in, I love it, It's just the moments leading up to that sometimes I have some thoughts and the more regretful side of things. But no. I love EQ. I really do. Enjoy this game thoroughly for years. Years and years. Can rogues pickpocket players? I think they can, honestly. Joe Song, you gotta test that. Okay. How's it going? What's going on? What did I miss? Someone said drills out. What's that mean? What does it mean? Because I'm a battle cleric, but I don't know if I'm a tank. Oh, you made it through without me. Cool. That's gnome power. Oh, he's out of game and can log in again. Got you. Oh, good. Because he's coming on his Shadow Knight, right? We got a nice little group forming. Still got room for a couple too, if anybody you know? So we got a question of the day coming up today, of course, every Sunday. Last week it was not an EQ question, right? It was kind of an Earth question. At least everybody's answer stuck to Earth. Nobody thought so outside the bun to say they wish they could vacation. Their dream vacation would be to the moon or Mars or something like that, Nobody said that. Everybody stuck to Earth. So it was an Earth question with Earth answers. I think today's going to be a Norathian question. Get back to it. Get back to the The land we love, or at the very least, the land we enjoy. It's enjoyable over here. I call this the hot tub, right? This particular spot. I like to think of it as very warm, right? And I don't like to think about why it's warm. I just like to enjoy the temperature. Um, Comfortably warm, right? This is what I immerse myself in. I go underwater, feel it. Anyway, probably the realistic graphics, you know? Kind of mind blowing. You ever actually like been underwater? It looks just like this. It's cool. Anyways, they nailed it. We're gonna let Ishiwatari EQ inside once he's back in. I know he crashed. Did he crash after the port or before the port? How's that looking? So if that's the hot tub, what temperature do you think this little uh, spring is? I think it's also pretty warm. I'll say this looks more like a hot tub than the other one, but I still call the other one the hot tub. Kill some stuff while Ishiwatari's back online. That's good. Can never have too many bone chips or cracked staves. That was a worn great staff though, so I'm leaving it. And honestly, I think you can also have too many cracked staves. Like when you're higher level, they're not that good. One plat. It doesn't make the cut for a lot of my tunes anymore, but hey, a level 4 in the noob yard? Oh yeah. Taking all the cracked stabs I can carry, and I'm excited about every single one of them. What is this? I'm gonna take it, but I don't even know what it does. It's this light source. Ah, split paw mask. Gotcha. Gotta make more silent moves, right? I'm a shadow knight, not a friggin' bright light knight. Upgrade. Cloth cord. Okay. Ishiwatari in the zone. I guess that answers my question, right? He got the port. We're all, the gang's all here, basically. Let's let him in. Mr. Nice Guy's duty will be done until, you know, the next flower. Oh, I hit the weird camera spot. You saw that? It's like right over here. Let me do it again. Now I'm holding it up for like camera trickery. Where'd it go? There's a spot in this zone where the camera like bugs out if you're in third person. Anyways, try to find that another time. I feel like there's actually a couple spots in the zone that do that. There's a spot in Guck too. Upper Guck that does it. Alright, anyways. My game sound is doing what? Let me see. Did I let you in? Here, I'll open it again. Say my game sound is echoey on stream. Let me see if I can do anything about game sound. Well, at least I don't have combat music on. I don't even hear my game sound right now. You know what? It's probably playing in my microphone. My microphone has a speaker. Hold on. Let's see here. Did that fix it? I was trying to turn my volume up earlier, and I was turning it up in the microphone. Does it sound any better with game sound? I'm glad you're helping me fine tune stuff early on. It does not sound better. Well, do you need me to open the door for you on your monk? Or do you need a port? I'll try to figure this out. Hearing my music, you need a ride. Okay. I'll pick you up. Where you at? I'll turn the music down a little bit, maybe. Is that better? So I'll be on my way. I'm so bad at remembering where I put these rings and circles. Alright. I'm not sure how to fix that. I could turn the game sound all the way off, I guess. Okay. Does that fix it? Having no game sound. I want to track this issue. I'm not even sure what it sounds like. So I recorded the microphone so I could hear the microphone. Does not fix it? Are you sure it's me? Because I turned it off now. Hold on. Sounds like voice reverb. Could be my fan. I turned my volume all the way down. Why do I still hear freaking music? Okay. How about that? Now all the game sounds are off. I thought just turning sound volume down would be good enough, but not the case. I guess I can track, right? You turned yours off? Are you okay? Are you still hearing what you were hearing? There you are. Okay. I will definitely give that to your monk. Let's check it out, chat. Cloak of Flames. Okay. How's the microphone sound? Pacer Loco is hearing some issues with the sound. I want to fine tune it, and I want all the opinions I can get on it right now, so we can get this fixed nice and early. I've been having so many sound issues in the past 5 streams, maybe 8 streams. I've been trying to fine tune. Today I was very pleased. I thought I got the microphone at a setting that I like. How's it sound? Let me know so I can. How about if I just turn it down a little bit? Has that fixed anything? This is we're still just getting reverb following every word. All right, hold on. I got a dial here. How about now? Does it sound any better now? I'm hoping yes. All right. I think we're about to be not better yet, huh? Let's try a little more. How about that? I have like one dial that I've messed with in between last stream and this stream. I thought it sounded a little better on my end, but um, I don't hear it through your speakers. You know what I mean? I want it to sound just right. I turned it down like another like 10%. Oh. I just lost my C in biz. Hilarious. Oh, I saw toggle inspect on. Oh my god. I hate toggle inspect. Alright, let me pass this over. Alright, here we go. Okay, on a scale of 1 to 10, how. 1 being unlistenable, I'm turning the stream off, and 10 being this is absolutely perfect. How's the audio right now? You know what I mean? Like, is it passable? Is it really bad? I know I've had some really bad ones, like a 4. Yeesh. All right. Is that any better? Are we getting closer to better or worse, or is it not changing the issue? Kind of I'm glad we're getting it done in the first hour. Slightly better, not really anything. Let me make sure I'm even using the microphone I think I'm using. Yeah, using the microphone I think I'm using. If it's slightly better, let me turn the gain all the way down. This was the dial that saved it last time. How about today? It's now gain is off. There's zero gain. That took it away and cut some of my range. Okay, so on a scale of 1 to 10 now, we any better off than we were? Or is it... Get back on Mr. Nice Guy. Let's let Jank in. Then, going in. If we can muster one full hour before question of the day call to win, yeah, it's going to be a close call. Let's see. Let's see. Over to, you would say yes, it's better. Okay, hold on. Let me split the difference here. Let me turn the gain up to like 0.1 out of 10. If it was a dial to 10, it's not a spinal tap. It doesn't go to 11. It goes to 10. So let me go to like 0.1. Let me turn it on the slightest bit. Because the most I ever had it was like 4. Now I have it down to 0. Okay, mic check, mic check. Hoping that is good, you know? Pacer Loco, you listening on headset or are you listening on speakers? I appreciate all this audio helping me fine tune it. And I'm hoping whatever we said that, I could just leave it. You got a headset? Okay, I gotta try listening on doing my thing. Doing my pre-stream check. I recorded a little section, and I listened back to it, but I was just listening on speakers. I thought it sounded good on speakers. That's why I ended up with the gain up to a 4. Last stream I had it at 3. So that was the when I said the one thing I messed with it very slightly. I'm estimating these numbers. It doesn't actually have numbers. I'm just saying like dial crank bar, so 40%, 30%. That's my estimate. Blah blah blah. Anyway, if you're just joining us, hey, we're just getting started over here, like literally. That time. Request time. Okay, so on a scale of 1 to 10, you say it's still about a 4? Alright, gang's all here. See you inside. Mr. Nice Guy. What a nice guy. Um, Silent move. I'll get in there. Player can get in. Don't worry about me. 2 points off perfect now? Okay. I like the sound of that. We're getting very close to perfect then. Do you think I should turn that gain up to like a 0.2 maybe now instead of a 0.1, or go down to a 0.05? Just try to split that difference. What do you think would get it fine tuned? Chilogan, what's going on? We're fine tuning audio over here. You know, silent moves, etc. Reverb still audible, but only barely. I guess I'll take that as a win right now. Got a shadow with me today. Nice touch. Yeah, we're bringing the Swamp Shadow. My mic's kind of cutting out a bit. That's probably my sound gate. I got a sound gate to keep the fan out of things. I guess I could turn the fan off, turn the sound gate off. Chilogan, on a scale of 1 to 10, how's the audio quality? Anybody, please let me know. I'm trying to really fine tune it. If you're watching this on YouTube as a re-upload, please leave a audio quality check in the comments on a scale of 1 to 10. Let me know, the timestamp with it, so I can go check, listen for myself. I'm gonna listen on headset. I'm gonna listen on. Get this right. I want to have like beautiful sound. Even if I pick up the saxophone, a beautiful sound that doesn't blow your eardrum. Right. Cutting out the end of sentences. That definitely sounds like the sound gate. I think that's just going to be the reality of having a. Sorry. Um. All right, mic check. Mic check. What do you think? Has no sound gate now. No fan on, no sound gate. What would you say the audio quality is on a scale of 1 to 10? I gotta know. It's not the question of the day, but I gotta know anyway. I shrunk myself in. Use a shrink pot. 2 charges. Well, have no fear, guys. Battle Cleric is here. What do you think of the sound quality now? Is it is the problem fixed on a scale of 1 to 10? What do you think it is? I was getting 2 points off of perfect, which to me means an 8, right? Pacer Loco said 8 before I turned off the sound gate. So now there's a change. Silky Lobster says, sounds fine to you. Thank you. Sound gate is off. Yes. My fan is off. The sound gate is off. Uh-oh. Who got a pet? Yeah, I don't think you're going to be able to have a pet with me in the group. Sorry. Just... Okay, not cutting out as much. Still quiet sometimes. All right, let me turn up. One of the things I tried to do is turn down the volume. How about now? Is that better? I'm at just normal. No minuses, just regular. Dude, the pet don't like my weapon. Nobody invited me to group either. Anyway, Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025. I'm just going to stop worrying about it, right? I'm under the assumption it's better now, that it was worth 45 minutes of figuring it out. Ooh, okay, thank you. All right, almost halfway through 56. I'm going to call it 48%. So can I turn the game sound back on? I guess. I know I'm showing group HP. I know. And I'm not healing. I already told them I'm not healing anybody. Battle cleric. Doing nothing but AoE nukes. Toxic cleric's back. Toxic battle cleric. I wish you could levitate in here. I know it would be defeating the purpose. Anyways, how's everybody doing today? I'm so glad everything's working. You know what? For the YouTube upload, I might cut out the first hour and just start it right here. So let's do the intro all over again right now. It's the Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025. We're just getting started over here. We just got the group together, and it's Flowers of Happiness going strong in 2025. It's the same old flowers, Uh, we're doing our thing in the hole, having fun doing it, spreading happiness. Right now, spreading happiness to all these elementals. But if anybody else wants some too, all they got to do is stand near my target and they will be hit. You know, this this poison wind sensor does not discriminate. Um, I know I'm kind of being a little silly with it with the poison wind sensor. Maybe just maybe I'll switch to a single target proc. Uh, I'm still a battle cleric. It was fun. It was silly. But that way, Shem can have a pet. Oh, you already got rid of your pet? Okay, well then I guess I'll switch back. Never mind. Let's do it this way. If you want to get a pet, let me know. I'll put my weapon away. My two-hand blunt skill is actually pretty good now. For a long time, it was not. Well, this is a nice fast wet, right? You swing a fast wet, it goes up fast. Just how it goes. Game sounds are back on a little bit. How's that sound? Got a water sprinkler lift forgiven, huh? I feel like I've heard of that one. What's that do? I got a Sarnak Devastator. It's pretty good for one hand skill. This one's Yonder Wily's the poison wind sensor. I promised I'd put it to good use. So that's why I'm using it in crowded hallways with my friends. Because if that's not good use, then see, it barely tickles. shouldn't have a stun in the top slot. That doesn't work. Is Reckoning oh, you know what is chainable? Flash of Light. How about that? I got no gate on the hotbar. I'm not gating on you guys. Yeah, you can chain Reckoning. Cool. Cool. That seems decent. You know? If I can land a, like a Tash, right? Tash the opponent, and then chain Reckonings. That would be probably pretty good. But without the Tash, I don't think I'm landing a single Reckoning in PvP. Maybe some partials. But I think overall it's just gonna be a lot of mana for a whole lot of nothing. And blind, that's very little mana for a whole lot of nothing. At least, you know what I mean. If I'm gonna be spending my time trying to cast something, at least it'll be a very low amount of mana. And if it does land, it'd be a glorious day. Journeyman stick got a proc first. Mostly, probably, if we were in some PvP, I'd probably be trying to survive, right? I'd probably try to focus the healer. It's usually a general strat. Otherwise, you know, heal people, keep them up. It's brainstorming here, you know. I don't think anybody's gonna be so bold as to try it. But who knows? You can have faction down here. That's bravery right there. Yelp 4, huh? Yeah. Good deal. Trying to think of what to get rid of for Yelp. I don't really want to get rid of fast heal. Like I say, I'm not healing anybody, but like in the heat of the moment, especially once Yonder Wily goes to bed, right? I'll probably have to cast a healer too. Let's try the Yelp. Oh, I only have Yelp 2. Oh, no, I have Yelp 3. What level's Yelp 4? I definitely have the scroll. I feel like that one drops off like Lodi. Battle Cleric with the kill shot. Wow. Crystallized Sulfur. I do want to see that bow drop again. I haven't seen that bow drop since you know, before everybody even knew the hole was open. Yeah, Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025, number 29. That means next week is number 30. And I've been hyping it up for 10 weeks. That's like, what? More than a couple months. The number 30 special is going to be just that, special. We're playing level 30s in Mistmore, okay? So, if you want to try to stop us, I would suggest, you know, bring a level 34 to Mistmore. Punch down, right? I'm letting you know ahead of time. There's no excuse. There's no excuse not to bring the static. Next week, I've been talking all this trash. I've been talking trash for months, right? Come try to shut me and any of my friends up. Mistmore. next week. It's gonna be fun. If you don't have a level 30, you want a level 30, I'll power level. I'll power level ops. I don't care. Whoever wants to come, just come on down. If no opposition shows up to Mistmore, I will become the opposition. You know what I mean? Like, we will have PvP on the Thursday or the Sunday stream next week. Today, though, nice peaceful grind. A little chilling. We're chilling in the hole. You know, deep thoughts with flowers of happiness. We need some deep thoughts today because we're down here. And honestly, I would like to go beyond. I'd like to drop down. I think we're gonna need. Lost my train of thought because wizard. I'm trying to hit both with the AoE. If they're close enough, I'm close enough. There we go. Did that hit it? Yes. Now we're AoE in. Oh yeah, Yelp. What's Yelp? Doesn't give me any dex. Nice. Oh yeah, I forgot y'all last like no time. Gotta keep recasting that. All right. Well, XP has certainly moved. That's more than 50% now. I don't know if it's a whole 51%, but it's more than 50. Oh boy. Couple golems, huh? Alright. Better not mess around here. Proc the J-Man on it. Nice. Let's try to proc this Tash on this one now. Summon you or something? What's happening? Some of these summon. Still waiting for that Tash proc. I'll take off the haste. There it is. Just had to take off the haste. Honestly, I might have procced earlier when I wasn't paying attention, but now I know it procs. Hmm. Nice quick Tash that time. Beautiful. Here we go. Let's think some deep thoughts while we're in the hole. No, I've said this one a million times, but you know, when I think a deep thought in EverQuest, first one that comes to mind is there's no cows. What did we milk for this bottle of milk? Really makes you think. I'm not sure if I like thinking about it. Like minotaurs are kind of cow-like. Hey, speaking of minotaurs, I think on Tuesday, I'm gonna be choosing to finally play Slay the Minotaur. Still never played it. It looks kind of cool. Like the graphical style of it is very kind of, you know, almost reminds me of EverQuest. It's like they're trying to capture that era. You know? It feels like kind of like a late 90s 3D. It's a labyrinth. Crawl in a labyrinth. I believe it's procedurally generated, but I don't know. I haven't played it. You're trying to slay the Minotaur. That's the goal. And it's supposedly very hard. Haven't played it. But I've had it for a while now. That was a nice quick proc. And the key is I just can't have haste on. If I have haste, I'm not going to proc. Like, prove it. see. Keep checking /who. This is the PvP server. Never know. I got jumped in here one time on stream, right? It was a while ago. Not last time we were here. We came here last week on Sunday. It was absolutely splashtacular. And swamp festivities. The swamp festivities were, you know, pretty much non-stop. We went so hard for a good chunk of the stream. Like I think I was what 20% in when we started, something like that. Yeah, like over a bubble. It's a good grind for level 56. I think this one's going to be even better because we started earlier. It's just going to be smooth sailing. We're going to have real deep thoughts. And the flowers are going to help with that, right? Like they're going to... We got some deep thinkers here in the hole. We're still kind of like surface level over here, though. You know what I mean? We're not super deep yet. So maybe the thoughts aren't super deep yet either. You know, we'll figure it out. Still got room for one though. If anybody wants to make this a full group. I know it's still very early. I know there's a lot of players that are probably going to be logging in soon. Alright, come on down. Hey, speaking of come on down, we got Discord, right? It's called the Swamp. And it's a place to be. Let me snag the link. Fresh link, right? Consider this fresh link your personal invitation, right? This is it's called the Swamp. And the water's fine. And if you play EverQuest, or if you even just enjoy EverQuest, well, you're probably going to find yourself right at home. But if you play Magic the Gathering, or, you know, anything, well, you'll also find yourself right at home. There's a bunch of people in there. Talking MTG lately, it's even got me feeling like I might reinstall Arena. I've been sitting it out. I stopped having so much fun with the recent expansion, right? Semi-recent expansion. It's the what was it called? I've like blocked it from my memory. Don't even want to remember. Ether Drift. It was just I wasn't having fun. Standard was boring. Limited was boring. It was just I don't know. Maybe I don't know what my issue was, but I stopped logging in. I went from playing arena every day, getting my dailies done, getting my gold, collecting my little pile of gold every day, so I could keep playing limited for free, keeping the wheel turning, keeping the ball spinning, whatever. It was it was all well and good, but there was just like a couple sets in a row just weren't really that fun. I guess I don't know. And the state of standard just was not changing. I honestly it probably still hasn't, but who knows? Maybe it has. It's got boring. But I'm trying to get back into it. Everybody keeps having so much fun with the Final Fantasy. I used to listen. I grew up playing, especially Seven. That was like such a important game. So like, it would obviously appeal to me, but I haven't really given it a look. Eh, I might. I'm trying to check off some of the Steam game backlog, and as that gets lower and lower, the odds of me reinstalling Arena are kind of getting higher and higher because it's fun. We can keep these things pretty stunned. That's the good part. Ooh, fiery jewel. I'll take this one. I don't mind taking one today. Yes, last time I took a speckled granite pebble. Today I've taken a fiery jewel. I'm not trying to be greedy or nothing. Got a couple pieces of loam, gave it to a happy flower back in the swamp. If we see some more loam drop today, I might roll on some pieces. I might not. I guess it depends on what the piece is. I'd like to see, Shemroid get some nice loam stuff if needed. Anybody, Ishiwatari, if you need any loam for a caster, I'd like to see you get some. If anybody else is showing up, some freaking loam for everybody. Anyways. How's the game sound? Is everything cool now? I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to bring it up. I did just kind of crank it back up without any thought or a-okay. Hey, thank you. Pacer Loco, thank you for helping with that. Dro Song, thank you for answering too. And Chilogan had some good opinions on it too. Appreciate everybody. And Silky Lobster. Everybody who helped with the. I know it was a little much. Sorry, I want to bring you the very best stream I can. Stuff like that is just the basics, right? That's the foundation. You gotta have the quality, everything, you know, while still playing the game. Yeah, I was uploading old streams to YouTube as I do, right? The YouTube is a good repository of all the old streams. And I noticed some of them, the audio was like terrible. I just had so many microphone issues over the course of several streams. Some of them I didn't even know. I was just going, you know, yapping and yapping and yapping, and you could barely hear me. Like, trying not to let that happen. I'm really trying not to. Yeah, the shadow on my head's making me. Hey, look, I can see the shadow on my arm too. Let's see if I can fix this. It's just. Remove the whole tape. I might change the shadow. Me. Let me check on the group. How's everybody doing? I feel like this is what I was doing when I wiped the group. We were right here. Jank was pulling, much like right now. And I was like paying attention to something else, whether I was reading chat or I was trying to fix some sort of quality issue with the stream. I wasn't paying attention. And then I tabbed back to EQ and I'm like, oh my god, I gotta heal him. You know? This is what I need to not do. I need to stop, look, think, and then heal if applicable. I can't just fly off the hip like that. And we'll be fine, you know? Besides that one wipe, we weren't even really struggling. We were having a grand old time. But anyway, let's see what we can do here. Okay, is that any better? I feel like that's better. Fine tuning. Let me refill my mug. We're just getting started over here. Keep an eye on my battle cleric, alright? Don't let anything happen to wipe out Crusader. Maybe I should help with that one. And then I refill my coffee. Right? Priorities. Capture, I think is okay to root. It's the channeler, that's the healer. Took off the haste. Hopefully more procs. More procs. Question of the day is coming very soon. Very, very soon. I wonder if we will get full group bonus before the question of the day. I'm thinking the question of the day is going to happen before we get the full group bonus. But who knows? Wouldn't mind being surprised. I see meningitis is online. Is anybody invited? Let's get this going. Okay. Healer down. Now I can get my drink. Be right back. All right. What I miss? I'm brewing a whole nother pot of coffee. I was not satisfied with the amount that ended up in the mug. All right. What's going on here? Let's see. Splitting them. What's going on? All right. Let's see. I did miss a little XP, huh? The grind kept on going. Trying to proc a nice little tash. Early tash on a golem. Beautiful thing. Didn't pull a thing while I was gone. Oh man. Well, the XP seems like it jumped up. Nothing was up. Nice. Gave up trying to cash him. Zilkero, hey.
Subscribe to your channel for 2 months.
Appreciate that. Hey, thank you. Hey, just in time. We're just getting started over here. How you doing? You excited? Excited for the return of Quarm? When is that? A couple more weeks, right? Or is it already back up? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh shit, why did I go back in? I should have healed myself. I was stupid. I saw this thing was like low HP. I'm like, yeah, let me go for a freaking shot while I'm waiting for this res to pop. I'm dumb. I think overall it's a win for secrets. Unknown will have an update on Friday. Gotcha. Okay, let me make a silent move. I'm gonna try to save the day real quick. Yeah, I don't know. I was invulnerable, right? The invulnerability faded, and instead of healing myself, I went in. I don't know what I was thinking. I wasn't thinking. That's what it is. Need more coffee. Okay. Okay. Well, Battle Cleric went down swinging, right? I did my job. Uh, Whoops. That's why I should just stick to Shadow Knights, let's face it, but it's alright. Got a backup plan. As soon as it lets me in. Alright. If it lets me in fast enough, I can actually make a difference during the fight. Let's see. I think they're probably still fighting, right? Everybody else was pretty full HP. Um, it's not me. I was looking at group HP. I should have been looking at my own HP. It's like 0. Good. I was kind of afraid that Gobil might have got moved. Still right left. All right. Oh, there's a Pather. Okay. Pather's no big deal. Unless, of course, you're freshly rezzed. Okay. Anyway. Silent moves. Moving in silence. All's well that ends well. Right, slash Q makes it so you don't get the faction hit, right? That was my goal there. I hit a slash Q because I did not want the faction hit. Anyway, as soon as it lets me in, we'll be good to go. That honestly was kind of funny. I lived just to die. You know? Because it was close. I almost died. But I got the DA off. Saved myself. Positioned myself to be able to heal and get back to things. And then, like, forgot my own plan. But it's all good. It's all good. We're already back to basically good to go any second here. I think. I would assume. You know? Let's do Yelp. DA. One more spell. So I'll keep res up. No, complete heal. You went to NYC yesterday, ate trash all day. Now your insides feel the way NYC smell. Every time I see the tilted emote, I'm so happy. I love that one. There we go. Thank you for the res. We're good. I thought you had an epic. My bad. I would have cast a couple more heals on you. Let me load the skin. Keep that corpse. Just in case, you know, if anybody needs to hammer. What's on this corpse? I gotta know. Nothing good. That's not worth it. It's not worth waddling for. Well, besides your tummy hurting, Zilkaril, did you have a good time? Was it a nice day in NYC? I feel like it was probably really hot yesterday, right? In NYC, actually, I kind of stayed inside yesterday. Let's see. I did go out for a little bit. It was pretty nice. It was yesterday's weather. It's easy to find today's weather. What about yesterday's weather? Oh, it was 90 degrees in NYC yesterday at 4:51 p.m. That was the max. Yeah, pretty hot. I was going hard on that weird game. Yeah, I listen. That game is exactly the kind of stuff I like. It's so much stuff going on. It's like if overstimulation was a game. Had me hooked. And listen. I'm not done. I still got plenty more achievements to go. I think there's like 300 bosses. I fought like 56 of them or something. You know what I mean? I got quite a ways to go. So, I'll probably put a little time in that game here and there. But the nice thing about that is you don't need to pay attention. You just kind of need to check in on it every now and then. So I was able to get a lot of stuff done around the house that I wanted to get done. Well, because I was streaming it on YouTube. 2 long sessions of it. But, you know, I was glued to it more than I expected to be. I thought it's called Idle something, right? NGU Idle. You think, oh, it's okay. It's Idle. It's pretty active for an idle game, honestly. It was. I've been playing a lot of games like that. I think the first one I ever played like that, you know, besides like, I feel like Lemonade Tycoon was like a early kind of like where you strip down a simulator to just be like a simple, very simple game that's just kind of about like incrementing your numbers. Anybody played that one, Lemonade Tycoon? A long time ago. Anyway, I feel like that was probably the first one I ever played, but the first one I played on Steam was Necromancer's Accountant. Um, oh, I know the gameplay moves make like no sense in that game. You're because everything's happening at once. You're kind of like looking at different tabs of stuff happening, but it's all happening simultaneously. So it's a lot. It's a lot going on, and the things make no sense, right? Because what I'm trying to do is level up all the items because you get bonuses, like especially those power up number things. If I level them up to 100 just once, then I get, I think, 10% improved power ups. Uh, so I've already powered up 6 of those things. I'm working on 7, 8, and 9, and that'll be good. But it looks weird because it's like I'm throwing away power ups basically as I get them. I'm doing like nothing with them. It looks like when I could be powering other stuff up. The gains are so small in it. You got to level stuff up to 100 to get it to full potential, and then you still got to power it up to actually get it actually up. It's just a lot. But that's what I like. Um, it's very silly. There's not a. I shouldn't say there's not a lot to look at. There's probably too much to look at. There's just so much going on, but it's very. It's just stripped down nonsense. And the other thing that I think is probably the least self-explanatory slash you watch it and it doesn't make sense either is you have 2 sets of stats. You kind of like have your adventure set, right, where you're doing fighting stuff, and it has like the little kind of like chat log, like EQ style, or it's like you hit them, they hit you, stuff, scrolling by. And then there's the boss fight, and for the boss fight, you have a whole different set of stats and a whole separate HP bar. And it's on like a different scale. You got like quadrillions of HP versus an adventure mode. Maybe you got a couple hundred HP or something, or a couple thousand. Anyway, the way the game's looking, eventually I'm gonna have a whole bunch of HP in adventure mode too. We'll see how it goes. But basically, you just grind through and then reset. That gets your multiplier higher and grind through again. I was playing a game very similar to it called Realm Grinder, but this game's like I like it a lot more. It's way more wacky. There's even more stuff going on. Realm Grinder. I have one more achievement to get. I want to get that achievement, and then I'll be happy. I beat that game and I'll be done with it. It's gonna take a long time to get that last achievement. Anyways, whatever. Blah blah blah. We're pretty much recovered over here. That was a pretty big pull. There was 2 golems and a whatever. Question of the day time. Okay. Okay. Let me come up with one real quick. Question of the day coming right up. No, you're right. Question of the day is right now. It's right now. I got distracted because I died, and that was a little knocked me right off my track. I was starting. I was on the verge of a good one. Let's see. I'll open the door. On my way to hoping it, I typed hoping instead of open. All right, let me open that real quick. Silent move. Moving into silence. Okay. Question of the day for the Sunday SWAMPTACULAR SPLASHFEST 2025. Oh, you got it? You got the door? Okay. Okay. I'll let you get it then. Let me get back to betting. Okay. Thank you, Pacer Loco. Appreciate that. Anyway, question of the day. I promised a Norathian themed question of the day. All right. What zone you fear the most in EverQuest, and when? Was there ever a point in time where you were just had a, I'm going to use the word, a fear of a zone? Was it that zone into Plane of Hate traumatized you so bad? Was it Kithcore at night? Was it something in a different expansion, not classic? Because you know what I mean. I feel like as graphics improved, things had the potential to get a little spookier. Were you, younger and more scared because of that? You think, or was it something on even Red 99? Was it Lower Duck? Did some Shadow Knight come and harm touch you, and it was just the scariest thing ever? I gotta know. It's the question of the day. Was there ever a time in EverQuest that you were scared? What zone scared you? I'll tell you mine. Your Permafrost when you're level 48 cleric, walk on Vox Ray that need him. Oh no. I hope that's not the one that I was running. I ran a doomed pickup group raid on Vox when I was a child. Absolutely doomed. And yeah, if you were there for that, sorry, dude. My bad. It would have been I think Zev server. 3 a.m. Shadow Knight corpse summons. Oh man. That is scary. 40-ish people. Yeah, I led an absolutely doomed raid on Vox. Our puller got feared and ended up in a pit, and the tentacle terrors trained all of us. And then Vox came, and it was just like giants and friggin' terrors and Vox and just everything. Everything. It was so bad. We wiped so hard. But anyway, that wasn't this for me. The most scared I've ever been was one time I was playing EQ. I was young. I was in middle school when this game came out. And anyway, I made it through the Fear from the swamp, and I zoned to Wrath Mountains. And I told Tree Rat, and he's like, "There's hill giants there. Be careful." And I all of a sudden, like, my heart was in my throat. You know what I mean? I'm like, hill giants, and he's like, "Don't worry, they're big. You'll see them coming." And I was just like, I gotta get out of here. How do I get out? You know what I mean? Like, I was honestly like terrified of that thought because I was like probably level 12 or something. You know what I mean? I did not. I was not ready for a hill giant, and just the very thought of that terrified me. That's a whole bunch of friggin' things. All zones scared you. Uh, you're least likely to explore the hole once you get past the drop off. Yeah, I mean it can be. Anyway, that was a whole lot of freaking elementals. Saw a ton of elementals. I'm not really exactly sure what happened, but it's all good. Perfect opportunity to click J boots. Just kind of regroup. Okay. Hopefully I didn't zone in too early. Re-aggro everything. Looks like we're good though. But yeah, this zone kind of scared you, Zilkril, or you should say you're hesitant to explore. Yeah, a point of no return is a scary thing, and the other entrance is very scary. And Mabelli's telling me he feared no zone. I like that attitude. Listen, I feared many zones as well. Upper Guck, anything past the Circle Bridge, was kind of scary to me. I fell off that Circle Bridge as a kid, and I think I died in the water there. I was trying to train out, and I took a wrong turn. And that was scary. I died in Dagnar's Cauldron. I thought I was gonna lose my corpse again. I had to get Tree Rat to come friggin' save me. Um, Find my corpse. I thought that zone was so complicated. Looking back at it, Dagnar's Cauldron is one of the simplest zones in EverQuest. You know, first of all, it's classic, so it's like, you know, it's not too big. It's a good size, normal, reasonable size. I think, I don't know. I think it's that windy valley part you got to go through had me thinking that it was like something you could get like really lost in, but really it's like kind of not. It's like a hallway, like one way in, one way out type thing, or two ways in, two ways out, whatever. The run from Furionavai to Lake of Ill Omen was nightmarish. Karana to High Keep. Okay, I remember running that. Speaking of valleys, in High Keep, I was so afraid I was gonna fall off that ledge. Not High Keep, in was that East Karana? That was frightening to me. The game just it did a good job of like making you nervous, right? Like corpse recovery is something else. All right, who's leader? Jank's leader. Yeah, we're just getting started over here. Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025. It's number 29, which means we got one more week until number 30. Okay, number 30. I need people to please, please, please bring some level 30s to Mistborn. I want some static. I want some, even if we gotta like manufacture it, I want some sort of PvP next week. It's been so long. There's some PvP on stream, and not without a lack of trying. You know what I mean? Like I look, I'm out there. I'm turning over rocks. You know what I mean? I'm popping into zones. I'm making silent moves here, making silent moves there. It could be tough to find other players. Let's see. How many players are online right now? 23 players on the server. Hey, Splendid Genesis, what's going on? Hey, Splendid Genesis, I would love to hear your answer to the question of the day. Is there ever a zone in EverQuest that had you spooked? Have you ever been like scared to go somewhere in this game, I gotta know about it. Um, was it like Kithakor Forest at night? Was it something Kunark? Did you ever have like a traumatic experience zoning into Awakening Lands or whatever? You know what I mean? Like, there's so many good answers. This zone can really spook you. Can really, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Siren's Grotto. I don't trust that zone. Palestine says this guy being all nice and healing and shit. He must have been playing on blue. Chewy the Care Bear. Time to riot. I know I should be. I should pull out my AOE proc weapon again. I gotta bring some toxic energy in the form of poisoned wind sensor. That's what this group needs. I did it all last weekend. I was the battle cleric, and you know, we only wiped once. And today, I think we've kind of wiped once again. Najina, huh? Yeah, that was a little scary. You remember when you were afraid to venture into Unrest? I kind of loved Unrest. Chilogan, question of the day. Have you ever been scared in EverQuest? I know you've been playing this game from a young age. Was there any zones that just spooked you? And you just said, nope, it's too spooky for me. Do it. Let the English seed do it. It's time to make a statement. Let's do a toxic battle cleric incoming. We got poison wind sensor. It's an AOE proc. It's the PvP server. So you know what? Don't stand so close to me. You know? Sirens are going off. Probably Velks between the spiders and the booby traps. You're your own worst enemy. Oh yeah, dude, Velks. Velks. That's a scary zone. I don't know about scared, but you've gotten jump scared a bunch in the silly game. Scary zone's probably TOV. Yeah, I mean jump scares definitely happen, especially on the PvP server. You know, that's when you really don't expect it. Yeah, Unrest though with the Halloween vibes. That's a good answer. I thought it was awesome. I love Halloween. So like the jack-o'-lantern headed guys. That was like, I thought I was like really power gaming. I was in a good grind group in Unrest killing yard trash. I was like, this is freaking peak. But then I went to High Keep and was killing goblins, and I was like, no, this is peak. Never go to Rivervale, scariest zone in the whole Red 99. Yeah, it's scary. There's a murderous bunch in there. TOB, this isn't where I park my car. Level 8 rite of passage for enchanters is running through high pass / high keep. Yeah, that's some heart stopping action. Heart pounding. We did a level 1 race across Antonica one time back in the day. I won that race, by the way. I was playing Chainsaw. Unfortunately, it's on my long lost account with Chewy. But that was fun. Fully evil enchanter waiting for Viz to wear. Playing AVP in 99 got all the jump scares out of your system. What's that? Alien vs Predator? Guck just scared you because you couldn't remember shit. Yeah, Guck is crazy maze. Level 1 hole in the, or level 1 rogue in the hole. Yeah, you're crawling through it with this sneak hide. Chilogan is a expert. His level 1 rogue is so experienced crawling through the hole that it dinged. You know what I mean? Crazy. Right? Is that true? Level 6. Yeah. That is wild. There we go. Toxic Cloud. Nobody could say I'm a blue bee. Care Bear healer now. I'm a real PvP menace. Even AoE nuking my own group mates right now. Yeah, we're coming, Shemroid. We're coming. We'll get you. Ooh, got some loam in the house. Nice little random loam drop. Scared him away with the poison dot. Yeah. No one died from the poison yet. Palestine. No one died from the poison yet. It's a battle of attrition. Eventually, my poison will overwhelm the healer. That is an excellent point. Scariest thing in EverQuest. The boat. The boat. Terrifying. What if you crashed? Your body slides off into the ocean. Yeah, Shem's just alone further down. We had a sketchy pull. I don't know exactly what happened. Reunite with Shem when we get there. Look at all this poison. Blistering. Yonder Wiley says he had a skelly or a zombie on you on the boat long ago. Spammed a corpse hotkey till land. Yeah, I mean that's a smart way to do it. I probably would have had the bright idea of getting off the boat to look for the corpse. Like I'll dive. I'll do a recovery dive. Where? How? Kajar in the house. Watch out, everybody. Level 6 rogue with no combat skills. We got a guest appearance featuring Chilogan. Chilogan in the house. Alright. Couple little elementals. Free loot confirmed. Hell yeah. Dang, fizzling all my mana on Yulp. Maybe I gotta bust out the stun web for the healers. As much as I love toxic clouds raining down upon everybody, I also want to kill this healer. Jar just cheering. All right, my coffee should be ready. Go grab that. Be right back. Uh-oh, what I miss? Doesn't look like much. We got Shem reunited. Feels so good. All right. You really want it? I don't think you really want it. It's a battle cleric. Let's go back down. 6 players in the zone, 4 people in the group, right? Okay. Protection. Oh, Ishiwatari. Let's get you rezzed up. Yeah, I didn't know. I was doing a head count, and it seemed like we were short. Anyways, it's good to be here in the hole. Hey, was this ever a scary zone to you, or was Plane of Fear scarier? I feel like Plane of Fear has fear in the name. It's meant to be scary. That one's still scary. You get freaking shadow stepped into the ring of fire. You're scared. There's some scary solo crawling on an enchanter. Sure, I could picture that. There's a lot of pathers. You got to really know what's going on, what's coming. Take Ruby down. Yeah, maybe. You could bind at the dock, right? And then kind of work from there, right? Or is that what you would suggest, or is there a better spot? Because you definitely got to. You can't clear your way back down every time. You got to like get there and then stay there, right? For better or for worse. I don't know if you could bind in the hole. Really? So you're saying just don't die. Just pass your entire way. Yeah, easier said than done. Here we go. Almost got a full group. Don't die. If you do die, I have a hole ready rogue. Gotcha. I mean, I know a hole ready rogue. Um, hey, Chilogan or Splendid Genesis. Any of you LFG? We got a whole spot here. All right. What are we rooting? Crusader. Try Procatash. A quick little Tash proc. About to crawl into bed. Gotcha, gotcha. Fair enough. Somebody tried to rue me. Solo leveling. I haven't seen that one. Procatash. Somebody did root me. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. Finished One Piece after 5 years, so you had to catch up on things you put off. That's quite the commitment. You got a long list of half-finished shows. Yeah, I got some half-finished shows too. I've been watching YouTube instead of series lately. There's always something new. Hey, question of the day. What's the scariest zone in EverQuest to you? Or, was there ever any that stood out at the time anyway? Maybe you don't find it scary anymore, right? Like you level up and unrest isn't as scary. But yeah, unrest at a low level, you go in there to mess with the beetles and all of a sudden somebody trains carrion ghoul to the zone line. That's scary. I definitely had a close call with a carrion ghoul at a young age, and that was spooky. You watch a lot of YouTube. That's why it took you 5 years to watch 1100 eps. I mean, yeah. I was gonna do the math and see how many episodes per day that is, but yeah, I guess 5 years. That's a lot of time to watch some eps. This coffee's so hot still. Pot number two. We'll be bouncing off the walls of the hole soon enough. I wonder if I could proc the AoE off of the corpse. Probably not. But maybe. Let's see. I just want to know. I'm just very curious. EverQuest enjoyer. We'll know it works if I make a big cloud of poison gas that blisters everybody's skin near me. I feel like it might work. I'm not going to. A fail message. Well, now I am. How can I not see my targets right there? So I'm not getting like a failed proc message, so I think it just hasn't procced yet. Riveting. I feel like it should work. Yep, there it is. Proc AoE fart clouds off of corpse. Good to know. Good to know. How very obnoxious. Okay. Let's do a little XP check here, right? What's that? 59 or 60? That's about 59%. Already up half a bubble. And we're just getting started. It's like 8:37. Question of the day just hit you, right? If you've needed time to think, hey, take your time. You got all day. Going hard today. This Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest, of which is the 29th of 2025. Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest actually predates 2025. That's why I got to specify the year. Right? Am I doing those like late 2024? Even the question of the day. It started the last stream of 2024. So time flies when you're having fun. I'll let you do the math. How many how many we've really done. I don't know. Couple little golems. They're so cute. These things are actually pretty vicious. Last time we wiped, it was 2 golems and 1 other thing. This time it's just 2 golems, so we'll definitely be fine. Proc the Tash. Yeah, I mean, with splurt on these things, they're going down nice and quick, I bet. I saw the splurt hit. These things, it takes time to fully ramp up, but that thing, brutal. Checking out the skills here. It looks like 1 hand and 2 hand blunt are both max finally. So, time to start punching stuff, I guess. My hand to hand's only 24. It's gonna be a well-rounded battle cleric, really. And that would include, you know, my casting skills got to get up to snuff too. They're not. They're not. Channeling, yes. Nuking, yes. Hey, Arcane Cognition, good to see you. We're just getting started over here. I got a question of the day for you. It's a deep thought because we're going to the hole, right? It's kind of spooky zone. We're down in the depths. What's the scariest zone in EverQuest? Was there ever a time where you were spooked? Hit the core at night. I keep saying that as an example because that's what they wanted, right? That was the intention. It was supposed to be spooky, and I think they nailed it. You know, it goes from like happy-go-lucky, like chasing friggin' Bixies around in the day to all of a sudden something not safe for young halflings. Trying to get my skills up. Zone off in comments has all the dead befallen. Yeah, that one's not as like so like unrest. It's like kind of Halloweeny, but yeah, befallen is more like a genuine horror vibe. Like it's not, you know, like you're not fighting jack o' lantern, freaking scarecrow guys. You're fighting like skeletons. Tons and tons of skeletons, and it's like spookier vibes. Yeah, commercial. Yeah. Unrest got the commercial vibes. It's like Spirit Halloween. You don't know why they call it Befallen, right? Then you drop down. It's like, oh, that's where they got the name. Um, Blackborough is kind of shit. I just got backstabbed sitting. That hurt. Um, Blackborough got that nice hidden fall. Go in the tree stump. Honestly, that spooked me. I did live. Luckily, there was a group down there that was able to like help me out. They're at like Snake Ledge or something like that, but I fell. I went in the tree stump. It called to me. You know, it's first thing I did when I got there, pretty much. Oh, let me go sit here. Fall through the false floor. Learn my lesson there. I think if I had died, it would have been probably the scariest zone I'd ever been, slash most traumatic experience I'd had yet in EverQuest. But I lived, so it was fun. But Fallen or Blackborough was always a fun dungeon to me. Maybe because I had that rough start of falling all the way down and having to get my hand held. Commercial? No. Let me check the settings. I feel like there might be something I could do about that. I haven't touched the settings, but that doesn't mean they haven't adjusted them themselves. You know how this website can be sometimes. That's what they want, right? It would support the stream too, which is a good thing. But I'm not trying to force anybody to do anything like that. I don't like when the ads like intrude. You know what I mean? Like I understand they want me to have them on, but I do like kind of the bare minimum. Is what I usually got it. The bare minimum to still get a anyway, I was playing that ridiculous grindy game. Reminds me a lot of Mafia Wars, Lemonade Tycoon, or even like Farmville almost. But like, yeah, that might be the when you just turn it on. I think they might hit with a separate one, so I might have stacked them or something. Let's see. Yeah, I'm on the lowest for the decent cut, which is 5 minutes per hour. So hopefully that means for the rest of the hour you should be only mild to moderately inconvenienced. I apologize for this. Yeah, fingers crossed. Exactly. Don't worry. It'll only happen when I'm about to like get to a point. you know, you'll get the build up, and then you'll get the ad instead of the point. It's not intentional, but it is just how it is. Anyway, cheers. This is pot of coffee number 2 over here. I'm very caffeinated by the end of this. Um, we've wiped once. I did a big oopsie during it. Um, right, like I had aggro. I was kind of off tanking one for a little bit, and I was able to live. I hit a DA. I lived, and instead of healing after the DA, I ran back into aggro range to melee some more. I don't know what disconnect was going on in my brain, but it was severely disconnected. We're good now, right? All's well that ends well. I'm a battle cleric, so I gotta round out my combat skills here. Hand to hand, 26. We got a long ways to go. Maybe I should even hit the haste. So I'm not trying to proc anything. Eye patch haste. Every little bit helps. We got quite the nice little grind group here. We do have room for one more. Yonder Wiley stepped out of group because he's, I think, level 60. He wanted us to get a XP on the stuff that was too green for him. We all appreciate that. I feel like XP did take a little climb after that because now we're getting hits on every single little thing. And it's a numbers game. Every little bit helps, but you know, Yonder Wiley's been definitely saving the day with the heals. If I have to be the healer, I might wipe the group all over again. But hey, I'm gonna keep a positive mindset. Fippy Darkpaw doesn't worry about if the guards are gonna kick his ass or not. He gets up, he laces up his boots, and He, you know, he rushes the gate every time. Let me put the question of the day in the description. What's the scariest zone in EverQuest? What's the most scared, right? That's the word, right? I want genuine fear. You know? Were you ever genuinely afraid of a zone? And, you know, expand upon that, of course. Because I gotta know. It's never a simple yes or no question. I guess it could be, but it's usually not. Question of the day. Scariest EQ zone? I gotta know. It's as simple as I could word it. Scariest EQ zone. For me, okay. I don't. I wish I knew specifically where it was. If it was Warslick Woods or Frontier Mountains or something like that. But one time, Tree Rat was showing me how to get somewhere. He paid for a port. This was on Moral Fool server. Right? He had a character on Moral Fool to help me out with. All the flowers knew him from, you know, Sullen and Rallis. But he also, you know, he would also save my ass on Blue every now and again back then. But he paid for a port with his pally, which I think he had leveled before he started playing on Zek. But anyway, he bought me a port and came with me as a escort to get through Kunark. I don't remember where we were starting and where we were ending, but all I know is insisted I stick close to him. He made sure I knew how dangerous the journey was going to be because I was low level, very low level at the time. And anyway, told me it's so dangerous. Stick with him. We go get a port. We're running, and he goes link dead. And I was really scared at that point. I just stayed put. He eventually came back, and you know we made the rest of the run. But for that moment that I was like alone out there, it'd be like I would assume if you're deep sea diving and your friggin' your oxygen tank it stops working or something. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I felt completely lost, helpless, alone, and you know, honestly, pretty terrified. This was like 7th grade. I guess it would have been 8th grade because Kunark was out. Either way, I was spooked. Probably, honestly, I was probably spooked because he had, you know, had me good and spooked about it. He told me how dangerous it was going to be, and you know, stick by him. How am I going to stick by him if he's link dead? But he came back. I made the rest of the journey. I did eventually end up at the windmill. I guess that would be over there. I think that was where I was going. Maybe to get a bind at the windmill. This is like so long ago. Lake of Ill Omen? Okay, yeah, maybe. Could have been. I was like probably level 20. So if that's a level appropriate area. Um, yeah, I was a tourist out of my element then, and not much has changed as far as that windmill goes. I don't even know what zone it was in. But yeah, shout out to Tree Rat. Arcane Cognition, I appreciate you hanging out this morning while you're getting ready. I hope you have a great time at church. You know, Sunday, it's a great day for that. Great day for Sunday Swamptacular Splashfests also. And yeah, so far so good down here. We're cooking. Keep up this pace. My ding 57. Who knows what happens after that? Hand-to-hand skill check. Let's see. Where we at? Where we at? 32. It is growing. Three. Oh, hey, I didn't mean to ninja loot this. Did anybody in the group see or notice? I did say it in group chat. Nobody said anything. I picked them up just so we wouldn't forget and leave them. Right? There's so many corpses dropping left and right over here that I don't want anything left behind. We got this thing. We should figure out what to do with it. Let's react to this loam encrusted. What's this word? Amice, amice, a Mickey. I don't know what these are called. Anyway, this thing. There's shoulders, 4 armor class, which honestly for cloth, that's pretty good, right? 4's a ton. Not really a ton. It's some. 3 intelligence, 8 agility, which cool. Little intelligence and good amount of agility. And miss. None of the above, huh? I whiffed on all of it. Thank you. Miss. Amiss. Loam encrusted amiss. Thank you. How did you all know that? Is this a word that is used in language, in English speech? I never learned this one. Anyway, it's got 2 to all the resist, which I think is probably the shining detail of the whole thing. Jank would roll. Shemroid has one. How about Ishiwatari EQ? You want to roll? Let's roll. English major. It's a French word. Well, thank you, Captain Longwhistle. Alright, beat my 24. Ishiwatari already rolled? Okay. 78. I believe you. I believe it. 35 hand to hand. Jank with the 83 meningitis. You want to roll? 83 is the number to beat. 67. All right, let's give it to Polar when he gets back. I think that worked. Oh, it's still in my bag. Kick it to Ishii then. After the fight. Next highest roll. Yeah, EverQuest taught me how to type, but I feel like it also helped my vocabulary out. Maybe for better or for worse, right? I brought this up last stream. Here's a deep thought. I don't know if anybody remembers this, or if you know what I mean? Like, I remember this vividly, but I'm finding like no evidence. Once upon a time, I could have sworn they had um, the words effect and affect switched around. Anytime there was supposed to be effect with an E, it was effect with an A. And anytime it was supposed to be effect with an A, it was effect with an E. And then they patched it. I remember that in the patch notes. And then I remember that's when I found out that I was like using those words wrong because like I had been like reinforced how to use them wrong by EverQuest having them wrong. I could have I have this memory of that, but it would have been like pretty early in EQ's timeline. And like I said, I'm not really fine. You know what I mean? Like P99 made no mention of this, and I like brought it up on the forums once upon a time, and nobody backed me up on it. And it's like, am I remembering this wrong? And here I go, bringing it up again, and you know, I don't know. Did this? Am I imagining this? Audio's cutting out again. Okay. Well, I don't know what to do about that because uh, everything, there's no gate on. I have nothing to turn off because it's already off. I guess I'll just have to face the mic and talk clearer. Maybe that'll help. I don't know. I wonder if I have like driver issues or something. Because now this is 3 pieces of hardware that I've had trouble with. It must be, you know, something that they're all linked by, which are all plugged into the same computer. I don't know. Testing. I unplugged it and plugged it back in. Good. I'm glad. Glad it sounds crisp. Thank you for that. Um, yeah, as it stands, between every stream, I kind of disassemble my setup, and then before the stream, I set it back up. And I'm planning to move the setup to a spot where I'm going to be able to leave it up. And I'm thinking, you know what I mean? Like, even when I get everything perfect, it's perfect for the stream. And then I don't want to say starting from square one, but you know what I mean? It's just like, there's room for error versus setting it up, dialing it in, and leaving it alone. I think will be a benefit. So anyway, that's coming soon. I'm really working on it. I'm trying it. With your guys' support, I'm closer and closer every day. few more changes to make. Almost ready to do that. I think get used to this big league chew background, or I mean, I should say, enjoy it while you can, because once I do make the change, I think it won't be the green wall, and therefore inserting whatever banner that I picked and left for the past year. Probably more than a year. Listen, I've been using this one for a while. I had the nice chewy one for a while, but like the big league chew. Anyways, is my game sound on? What's going on here? Oh, hold on. There we go. Is that is the game sound good volume? Maybe I'll turn it down a little. Anyways, appreciate you guys helping me with that. Thanks again. Let's get to the question of the day. Right? What's the scariest zone? Arcane Cognition. You ever been spooked in EverQuest? Any zones ever had you like steer and clear just because it's you have me on every TV in the house? Hey, appreciate it. That's definitely what's up. Maybe I should heal somebody. Maybe we'll give Ishii a little heal over time. Maybe a little patchy patch. I'm still over here just punching stuff. You know, I guess I could equip a journeyman stick and try to attach. Better late than never. We got repops happening too. Nice. Perfect. The zone you need a wizard port to, not air, but the other one, you must mean Plane of Hate. That was one of the first ones I thought of when I asked the question this morning. It's one of my examples because yeah, that one's scary. I'd rather go anywhere but there. It's traumatic. All it takes is one bad zone into hate to make you want to steer clear. I can totally get behind your answer there. Thank you for answering. It's the question of the day. You could say, I gotta know. Another thing you could say is we're just getting started because it's something I'm going to say time and time again today. We are. It's true. We're just getting started over here. Let me try to proc a journeyman stick. You have to petition for your corpse. Yeah, I mean, if nobody's going to come help you clear it, or I guess one potential is you might get word that through yellow text or something on our server, it's not classic, something happened, people are fighting up there. Now stuff's going to be down. You just got to time it right. You got to get up there sneaky later. You might have a chance, but it's hard to sneak to something you need a wizard to port you to, You know what they say about keeping secrets. Now you're adding a wizard to the mix. Oh, everybody knows. Everybody knows you're going to hate now. You've been yellow texted so many times up there. I haven't been up there in so long. I go to fear sometimes, but hate too spooky for me. I get it. Get like the spooky environment, the spooky mobs, and, just the fact that it's so aggressively stanced up to fight you when you zone in. I mean, Plane of Fear also is, I'd say, very scary. I've kind of overcome my fear there, but I still appreciate it for what it is. And what it is a scary zone. Those scarelings shadow stepping into the, ring of fire. Disastrous. Yeah, too aggressive, exactly. Some of my favorite streamers on Twitch like to go there all the time. They make it look easy. The secret is, you have your friends there. Everybody goes in together. You know, you get it down, you keep it down. You know, it's all happy. But on the PvP server, it's easier to plan stuff like this than it could be to execute. Yeah, like chanters with the AOE stuff. I gotta get those spells on Ruby. I have like none of them. I think I'm carrying one right here. Check it out. Let's see. This is embarrassing. I should keep this to myself, but I don't have color shift on Ruby. My level 51 enchanter doesn't have a level 20 spell. You know? Sometimes it's like that. Okay. Harvester will reset. Good. That was like the one I didn't want to fight. And I guess I'll watch my own HP. But yeah, Upper Guck used to really spook me as a kid. I liked it. First time I went in there, I thought it was awesome. I was like probably level 9 or something like that. You know what I mean? So like that first room, great. One of them was like dark blue to me. I got awesome experience because it was, you know, back in the day on retail EverQuest. So it was authentic dungeon modifier going on the way it was supposed to be. Not like over here where they nerfed it. Anyways, um, and then probably a couple of green cons, and that, you know, I felt powerful. Go a little deeper, fighting more stuff that's like easy and satisfying. And all of a sudden, I'm at the circle bridge. I'm falling off the circle bridge. I got froglocks coming from above and below and left and right. No room for one more in the group. Especially itself right now. Alright. Looking great over here now. More than 60% in. So, with that kind of growth, feeling good. If we got a number 6 in the group, get that full group modifier like Captain Longwhistle was saying, really be really good. Is this thing a healer? What's this thing doing? Oh yeah, I'll keep inviting you for golems. That sounds good. Hand to hand. Let's go. Up to 40. They say that's bad, but I don't know. I don't know if we want to catch these wipeout hands right now. Gauntlets of Iron Tactics. Doing work. Arcane Cognition, I appreciate it. Hey, Arcane Cognition's neighbors, what's going on? Nice to meet you. It's the Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025, of which is number 29. We're just getting started over here, and it's going to be a great stream. Playing EverQuest, Red 99. So it's like the closest thing to Classic we have in the community. The code is great. It's solid. The P99 code is the most solid code, in my opinion, for Classic. Purists, we're almost there. You know, there's a few non-classic things about it, but hey, it's not soapbox o'clock yet. I'll just I'll hold my tongue on that one. But there's some, you know, some really beautiful classic elements to it. It brings the feel, I think, to me. At least Velius era, right? Which is what we're in right now. Down in the Hole, which is more classic-ish. You know, closer to classic. Of course, not a day one classic zone. A little later in the timeline, but a welcome addition, you know? Just over here, keeping it tidy. Great XP. Alright, I'll take over Pulse. Let me get Passy up. There he goes. Alright. Serious battle cleric. Everybody's doing a great job keeping this thing from casting right now. Good. Good bash there, Ishii. Just procced a egregious stun right there. Hand to hand, hand to hand. Let's see. Last I looked, I was at 30. 40, I mean. Still at 40. At least 41 by the end of this fight. Baby steps. Small, attainable goals. 41, yes. Can we see 42? I'm actually encumbered. Hold on. There's some of this copper. Holding me back. Can we see 42 hand-to-hand skill? There's still time here. never know when you're going to need that hand-to-hand skill. I'd rather have it and not need it than, wish I had it. And I dread it, but let's look at some of the other skills here. Conjuration 41. Yikes. Divination 100. Yikes. Evocation 235. Hey, you already knew I was going to have good evocation. I'm a battle cleric. Specialize evocation. That's a choice, I think I'm okay with that. It's not what you would see in any blue server cleric walkthrough, but I might keep that. What is my alterations? Good. How about abjuration? 111. That's room to grow. Okay. Well, honestly, I thought it was gonna be worse. I thought I was gonna see more like double or single digit skills in my casting category there, but for the most part, they're at least getting there. For the most part. Everybody want a little med break. So, no problem. We need everybody at fighting shape for the challenges ahead. I think this is primary target, right? Right where my cursor is. The golem. I want to keep that golem down. He's nice. He's tough, but fair. He could potentially drop some cool stuff. It's not up yet. I was just, moving the cursor, plotting and planning, thinking ahead. Yeah. So many crusaders. All right. Hand to hand. Let's go. Thank you for that dex buff. Meningitis, I appreciate you. No skill ups that whole fight. Sorry. It'll happen. Alright, let's kill this channeler, I guess. Or is it still passive? If it's still passive, maybe I can get something else. Checking for names. Don't see any names. called it a channeler, but it's the other C word one. Oh, golem up. Hey, anybody who hasn't answered the question of the day yet, what are you waiting for? What was the scariest zone in EverQuest? And what made it so scary? And did you overcome your fear? Or are you still steering clear? I gotta know. Who it is? Oh, come on, Winnie, pop up. There she is. The little Winnie has come. It's been so long since either cat has come onto the stream. Today it's Winnie. Maybe we'll get Chester make an appearance again soon. I was just telling him, because I talked to my cats, of course. I was just telling him like it's been so long, bud. What are you doing? You haven't been on my stream in like months. I feel like Winnie hasn't been on the stream in a few weeks, so it's good to have her back. Good to see you, Winnie. Looking good. She was the shy lady. She wasn't on the stream at all for the longest. Yeah, Chester is definitely food motivated. I could probably lure him onto stream potentially with something like that. But, yeah, we were giving them little fishes, and he still likes them, but Winnie doesn't. I don't think it's good for her. We think she might have a fish allergy. Who would have thought? Who would have thought a cat with a fish allergy? Apparently, it's a thing that happens. And good luck trying to find cat food without fish in it. So that's a struggle, but it exists, and I think she's, she's doing great, right? No more little fishies. So her treat is chicken hearts instead of fish. You know, she's oh, she's clicking stuff for me. Thank you, Winnie. You're playing EverQuest. You're playing. You're really playing. She's a good girl. And Chester's a good boy. You know how cats can be. They definitely got minds of their own. Thank you, Winnie. Good girl. She is a Bashir. Here, Winnie, stand tall. Get back in frame. The camera loves you, Winnie. Come here. Yes. Beautiful. All right. Why don't you, Winnie? You're healer now, okay? You heal. You be the healer. Hey, thank you for that follow. Winnie, you doing a good job healing? I don't think she's getting my hand-to-hand skill up. Winnie. Battle cleric, didn't you know? She's still on the chair. She's just ducked down low. Winnie, pop back up. There she is. All right. I guess I'll help the group out. This is what I do. I assemble a group and then I friggin' goof off. Winnie, you're very, very sweet. I'm a cat lover. You know? They know it. I wish Chester would stream with me. It's been so long. But it's okay. Winnie, I'm thankful you're here. Winnie, you're learning how to play. Like she's getting good at it. She knows how to click buttons. She knows how to move the mouse. Once she starts doing both at the same time, it's a wrap for everybody who's not approved by Winnie in the zone. They're gonna have a tough time. There she goes. Okay, she had her fun. She had her fill. Me? I'm just getting started. All right, we got two coming. One of them's rooted though, so it's more like one coming. Refilled my coffee with the rest of the second coffee pot. I'm gonna be tied for most caffeinated stream. All right, two coffee pots. That's about where I try to top it out. You know, I used to be an energy drinker, right? Enjoyer isn't even the word. I was straight up addicted. I had to like, if I didn't like go to bed with an energy drink ready for the next morning, I was gonna be like crawling to the freaking corner store to go get one the next morning. It was bad, you know. Like I'm over it. I've quit them for years now. Uh, and so all these new flavors come out, and I see them. I see the colorful cans and the appealing labels, and sometimes they'll even be on sale, where it's like very tempting. But it's been so long. I don't think I could go back. I think I'm better off without them. Instead, I'll just drink coffee. Seems more natural. Either way, caffeine's like um, you know, it is what it is. It's a socially acceptable thing. So it's okay. Anyway, question of the day. Is there ever an EverQuest zone that scared you? What's the scariest EQ zone? Was it one that's intentionally scary, or is it? Had you ever like believed a rumor and it kept you away? Right, like Lake Raft here. Frankenbeans told me once upon a time about a rumor he had heard about the monster in Lake Wrath, like the what do they call those things? Like the big shark, the big like prehistoric giant shark thing. Um, that was I could see that making a zone scary. A zone that's like I would put it on the less scary scale of things, knowing there's no monster. But if there was a big monster lurking around in the depths, yeah, the thought of that makes it scary. Kithikor says Yonder Wiley. Yeah, agreed. Kithikor at night goes. I was saying before, it's like happy-go-lucky in the day. You're just a little halfling on an adventure. You had some fun in Misty Thicket, and you kind of you found the wall. You ventured to the other side of the wall, and you're like, okay, maybe let me go the other. Let me see what else I could do. I'm not strong enough for this bear yet. Let me go. Oh, let me go to Kithikor. Oh, it's beautiful. This is great. Oh, it's just a little wolf. Oh, some Bixies. Oh, I'm having a great time. And the sun goes down. Where'd the Bixies go? I was just fighting a Bixie. Where'd it go? And you get harm touched by a little like 43 friggin' zombie. Like it's not good. That's not. That's scary. That's not safe for young halflings. And then you learn. You stay out at night. Now you're checking slash time. Now you're always got your You got a hotkey. You got your finger near the hotkey because you don't want sunset sneaking up on you. Not again. Only takes once. I think that was good. I think that was a good intentionally scary zone. Something that like culturally we all learned, you know? Even if it didn't happen to us, we hear the story. Especially halflings, I'm sure. Just over the zone line for a freaking guild trainer, you know? First time I went to Lower Guck. This is crazy to say. I don't think I'd ever been to Lower Guck before. The Fables came out. Right, that was my first time going because I told you about my Upper Guck trip, so that like kind of kept me out of Guck. Right, so I never went to Lower, and you know other expansions came out, and I didn't really have a need to go to Lower Guck for a while. But then they introduced the Fables, so this would have been several years after EverQuest had come out, and I didn't know about maps yet, or I didn't have the map for Lower God. Whatever it was, I think my map was blank. I didn't have the map file for it, something like that. And I was just fumbling around, embarrassingly enough. You know? Now I know Guck like the back of my hand. Back then, I was like literally hugging the walls, peeking around every corner. You know, like it was still a scary place. Uh, but realistically, by whatever point in time they introduced the fables, the only thing scary down there was the fables themselves. But, I mean, I guess as somebody who didn't know the zone, for all I knew, there was a fabled right around the corner. Blue Cow on some small world stuff. I met Blue Cow on Twitch when I was playing Neverwinter, and I was telling the story about the fables, and Blue Cow happened to have been one of the people who was there because he played on the same EverQuest server. This is some small world stuff. Not only were we playing the same game back then, but we were playing on the same server and we were in the same friggin' queue because it was a blue server. You know what I mean? We weren't PvPing anybody. It was all kumbaya and friggin' roasting s'mores. You know, but yeah, crazy small world. And Blue Cow was in chat this morning. So shout out to Blue Cow. I haven't played Neverwinter since they ruined my strat. Right? They patched it specifically to stop what I was doing, and I was like, I'm not gonna let this stop me, but I did. I just it wasn't fun anymore because I couldn't do what I was doing. What I had been doing was generating outrageous amounts of gold by stacking AOE procs and AOE abilities with gold per swing item that they give you in the tutorial of one of the earlier expansions of Neverwinter. I had kept that thing, you know, thinking it was good. You know, something that like randomly gives you gold for attacking stuff seemed good. So I kept it. It was weird. I don't remember how the actual gold gain got. That's what it was. I equipped all the runes that give you extra gold, right? It increases your gold find, and I stacked that. And I was doing the AOE's. I had the lightning, and it was like if I did my ultimate. I think it was my ultimate. Something. There's one certain attack I did that if I once I finally figured out the mechanic of the gold per swing stuff, it was like once every 40 seconds or something like that. Like timer. It would be available, and then my next attack would trigger it. So I would do the AoE attack to hit the most things possible whenever it was like ready to be triggered, which it wasn't like shown on screen. It was like a hidden timer, but once I figured it out, was timing it, doing the AoEs on the most things possible. Sometimes Blue Cow would tank for me. He would like pull a bunch and tank, and I would pull a bunch, and he would get aggro of them, and then I'd hit it with a AoE. But it was crazy. It was proccing the gold find off of each hit, and it was potentially doing it multiple hits as long as it was the same hit. You know what I mean? If like a proc happened, it was happening an extra time because of the proc. So you can see where I'm going with this. The math started getting crazy. I started getting a lot of gold once we really started abusing it, and then they patched it. Whoops. Should have maybe kept that one quieter, but I was streaming it. We were figuring it out live on Twitch. It was fun. Good times. And they patched it. I'm like, I'm not going to let this stop me. And then, I didn't have a reason to play anymore. My whole reason to play had been gold find. That's all my gear was fine-tuned to gold find. I had like nothing anymore. And the gold find prices it had been cheap. Those were the cheapest runes there were, but the bottom dropped out on them after they nerfed that. It was unfortunate. And the lightning stopped working altogether too, I believe. I think that was like the major nerf that happened. There was a few things at once, and it went from being like totally cool, possibly broken, to removed. One patch. Hey, good they were still patching, an old game like that. That was good. I'm glad. Happy to help. I tried to find other items to kind of abuse, but none of them were too exciting. There was one kind of interesting. It was like a tarot card deck. I think it was called something different. It's whatever deck of many things, maybe because it's Dungeons and Dragons. Or no, it was something else. It was like some, tarot deck ripoff, whatever. And had a chance of turning your enemy into an item, and I tested that a lot, and I tried to make it work, but even the best items you can get from it weren't that cool, unfortunately. And there was another one too, or no, that was the same one. It was the Raven card in that deck. If you hit the Raven, you would turn it into an item, but you'd get like low grade gems or something like that. I was like, whatever. I'd try that game again though. See if they made any other changes in the past couple of years. It's really been a while. I think they actually removed the vendor that I was always using too. Most of my gameplay there would be doing the specific path. You know me, I could like really focus on a grind and just do it, like, and just kind of try to do it faster and like kind of perfect it and just like keep grinding the same thing even if it seems like it's been done to death. I'll still do it. Anyway, I was doing that. Surprise, surprise. In Neverwinter, I was grinding this one cycle of names because you get this one currency. I think they were called like chaotic scribblings. I was grinding chaotic scribblings by killing specific named pops. Not really like I would kill the bosses if they would spawn, but that wasn't my focus. That was like the meta is you would go like instance to instance and just like snipe bosses. You didn't have to get the kill shot, just get in on the kill and you would get a share of the currency. And that was like the meta. People would do that. And it was good. You would get a lot of currency per hour if you were focused and really doing your grind. But I tested it out and I was able to get more chaotic scribblings by just running a lap around the zone and just killing the placeholders. Just placeholder to placeholder like it was EverQuest. You know what I mean? Nobody was really playing it like that. And it worked. I was getting crazy scribblings. Anyway, they removed that vendor that you spent the scribblings at, which was crazy. Um, that must have just been because it was the meta to farm scribbles one way or the other. You know, I can't like act like that one was my fault. But the gold nerf, that I'm almost sure that one was my fault because I had been fine tuning the abuse of that one for a while, and it finally like really popped off. Anyways, I didn't get banned for it or anything, so that's good news, right? If I go to try to log in though, who knows? Who knows what will happen? That game, they want you to spend money, right? They make it so um, to upgrade gear, you have like no chance of success. Like you need to use all the materials to upgrade it, just for it to roll the dice and be like, okay, you have a 0.0% chance of success. Let's go. Oh, it didn't work. You know what I mean? But for the low price of this one specific item, which of course they sell you. There's ways to farm it. You used to be able to farm it from that one vendor. You know, you'd have a chance, and that's where I was farming mine. So of course I had to remove that vendor. But they want to sell you that item to give you 100% chance of success. So that way, when you grind and actually upgrade your gear, you can actually upgrade your gear and not waste all the materials and get nothing. So, like that's pay to win. That's what it is. Because you can just spend $5, upgrade all your gear for a while. Of course, they want you to upgrade it more later. But it'll be good for a while. Versus, grinding for months to get the same effect. You could say like, well, you got the same effect. It's not pay to win. But in those months, the other player could be farming something else. Doing something else, getting their gear. If you're not keeping up, you're falling behind. And that's only fun to a point. I'm not trying to I'm not trying to pay money to games like that. That's just me though. You joined just in time. I invited you a little late. Slightly late. But better late than never. Alright, Crusader time. I don't know if I've ever been scared of the hole over here. Um, I've never played a low level rogue during a corpse drag down here though. Um, I remember being very nervous going to the hole. It was the first time I went to the hole. It was on retail. I went down the pit. Right, that was the technique that I had heard, and that's what me and my friends did. We did a slash Q before hitting the ground. Right, so I was nervous. I really didn't want to screw that up, but I don't think scared was the right word because I wasn't playing the cleric. The stakes were a lot lower for me. It worked, and then I was very pleased with myself after. It was a satisfying accomplishment. Going through high pass was thrilling, but not really scary. Um, so I think the gnolls scared me more than the orcs, just because I wasn't really expecting them. I was going from um, commons to Karanas. So like I saw I zoned in, I saw orcs, I fought orcs, whatever, you know, and then I'm going through, and then but the gnolls are coming at me because I'm going the opposite flow. So that kind of spooked me. That was like a jump scare for me. But they were lower level, right? The gnolls, I feel like, are if you can handle the orcs, the gnolls are no problem. You say the gnolls are nasty. I mean, if you're too low level, absolutely. But yeah, that was my first trip through there, long, long ago. I was more scared of the humans because I was a troll, but I think I had an invis pot or something for that section, or maybe I don't maybe I didn't. I don't remember now. So long ago. But I remember being nervous about the that guy walking around, whatever his freaking name is. I think I had to wait till he was fighting orcs or something like that. Or maybe he didn't hate me. Maybe I had killed enough orcs by that point. It's just I went to Blackborough for a long time, so maybe it had something to do with that. Whatever. Ancient history. EverQuest faction is still a little mysterious to me, to be honest. It makes more sense once you know that quality of life change happens and you can actually see faction like as a a number. I know one of the recent drug boxes had that. It must be on retail or something by now. I'm gonna call that 65%, maybe even 66%. You could say we're about 2/3 done with this level. And considering Wipeout was level 55 until very recently, that's pretty good. Pretty really good. I like that. The camera goes way up there when you. It's kind of a relief. Like, I don't like the zones that force you to have no levitate for that, but it's almost a relief not to be bobbing up and down for a little bit. You get used to it. You know, you get your like sea legs or whatever, but for a while that could be a little much. So to be on solid ground again, oh yeah, appreciated. That being said, I'll still loot every lev cloak I can, or levitate one way or another because you just got to. Well, you're gonna be left behind when the fight goes aerial. No, no, you want to keep up. You got to stay gliding. Ishiwatari with the big loot. Nice. Hell yeah. Thank you for pulling. I just kind of wandered off for a sec. I'm back. I tried to interrupt that thing's cast, but it looks like I was too slow. So we're all kind of taking turns either interrupting it or resisting it, you know? Either way, it's not really doing much. Cool. Alright, let's keep this fun rolling. We don't have anybody that can teleport, so we're not going past the point of no return right now. Right? We're just, you gotta be prepared. We're just not prepared for that. Maybe we will, but at the moment, no. I guess I could get on Doldain. I'm trying to level Wipeout. Doldain can solo easy enough. Wipeout can solo undead stuff easy enough, but here we go. Group is faster on Red 99, let's face it. Fun bags, what's going on? We're just getting started over here. Hey, fun bags. You want to join us? We're just getting started at the entrance over here. Not down the pit. It's the door. I can meet you there on Mr. Nice Guy. I can show you how to get through. Just, you know. We're in the hole. We're in the same place we were at last Sunday. Just don't fall down the pit. Just come to pay Neil. I'll come get you. Let me start clearing to the entrance. It's already pretty clear to the entrance. This will be perfect because then you can be our, our designated teleporter. When the adventure's done, even if you gotta go, we'll teleport right before you go. As long as you could do that, then you're the perfect addition. You're number 6 in our group over here. Whoops, passy fail. It's gonna be great. I think we got pretty much all the elements of a successful group here, right? And then some. We got extra elements, right? We got a toxic battle cleric with us. It's me. I'm the toxic battle cleric. Here, let me bust it out. Bust out the AoE attack. It's alright. I'm kidding. I'm gonna actually play reasonable gear while we're down there. It's not a place to mess around. It'll be good. Because we got meningitis on the slows. We got protection on the heals for now. You know, if protection got to go, I'll take over heals. It'll be totally good. We got Jank gonna take over pulls again when he's back, and he's pretty solid DPS, right? Monks are nothing to sneeze at. Ishiwatari, big tank in XRSK, doing the deed. We got Shemeroid, more DPS, a little bit of crowd control in the form of roots, right? I think when we get down there, you'll probably be able to bust out a pet. And who knows? Maybe we kill rats. Maybe we keep pushing. Maybe we go to the dock. Maybe we push even further. We try to go to the mimics. Right? That would be totally crazy. But hey, we gotta walk before we run over here. I think even before we walk, we might have to start crawling. We gotta crawl down into the past point of no return and go from there. Just as soon as we get touch me in the zone. Alright. Trying to target stuff. It's tough. Alright. Pretty much all passive here. I was just going to tell them to come up. They read my mind. Appreciated. Alright, are these like all passive? I'm running to the zone then. Mr. Nice Guy reporting for duty. Be right back. Silent move. Moving in silence. Mr. Nice Guy is level 4, I believe. It's such a fun level. I think I'm in the camp that thinks EverQuest peaks very early, and every level after that is diminishing returns as far as like my own personal like fun. That's why I make so many alts, because that early game, that's the rush to me. I mean, not that you need to rush it. 24 is peak. Specific. I love it. Thank you. Sunday Online Guy. I think you might be right. It's right around there. You know, I get a lot of really good personal value from the early levels. And, you know, I enjoy pushing it past that also. It's you're kind of coming into your own as a class. I feel like we've talked about this on stream before. The general consensus seems to be level 30 is like you're finally like really settled in your class. So at 24 you're getting there. You got some of your class defining abilities, but not all, and you're getting the feel for them. It's good. It's fun. All right, let's go find Touch Me. goes the travel? Touch me. I'm coming out towards Payneal, or towards Tox Forest, I should say. So let me equip a light source so you can see me. So, like that. So this is the big hole that you don't want to fall down. It'll get you there. You'll go to the hole. But it's not the way we're doing it. Okay. Excellent. Try to track me. The location is negative 2,400, negative 300. These skellies like me. Okay. Anyway, Mr. Nice Guy. He's created in 2012. And he's level 4. And he has a good amount of kills under his belt. So that total time playing is obviously not correct. It's bugged on this server. Which is unfortunate. It'd be nice to see accurate numbers like that. Even though they would be probably disturbing. The wrong number is very disturbing. And then you realize it's like, wait, that's literally every second since then. And of course, the total time playing the account is 0 years. Like, none of it's right, except for actual birth date. That's a useful one. There you are. All right, follow me. All right, not down the pit. We're going the other way. The way that's locked, but it's okay. You know, a nice guy with a key. His name's Mr. Nice Guy. I'll show you the way. All right, here we go. So that's the big pit ahead of us. We don't go down that. We go this way. And now we're good. You know, once you're past that pit, like it's all gravy. It's just that one little obstacle, unforgiving. All right, let me let you in. Thank you. Yep. Go past that one. Go down this. And you swim through here. Good idea. Always fresh salad before going in. Smart move. Smart play. Alright, I'll be back. Wipe out, ready to, you know? DPS cleric. Battle cleric. I'm more there for case stuff gets too crazy. Maybe I'll hit the right buttons. Let's see. Make a silent move. All right, back to it. I didn't crash, so really literally right back to it. Just getting started over here. Phase 2, full group activated, right? Question of the day came out about 2 hours ago. If you haven't answered it yet, what are you waiting for? I gotta know. What's the scariest zone in EQ to you? What made it so scary? Have you overcome that fear? I've definitely had a few scary ones. I remember the first time I went to Wall of Slaughter. I thought that was really scary. I got hit so hard. I got, I mean, I made it to the zone line, but I was like, whoa, there's no way I could go there. And then soon enough, I was soloing in Muramite Proving Grounds. You know what I mean? So don't count yourself out. You can overcome your fears. I like that expansion. Omens of War. I thought it was really fun and cool. I farmed the shit out of it. I was trying to get those the runes, right? Is that what they were called? They were like spell turn-in drops, and they were sellable. Everybody needed them. Everybody wanted them because it was like you turned it in for your good spells or your of the level spells. And certain levels of them were worth more than others, obviously. But if you could solo the names of Wall of Slaughter, you'd end up with a bunch of them because you didn't have to share with anybody. So that was fun. I soloed that a lot. Like the what's the camp called? Elites. Elites, I think it was called. I'd be over there a lot. A bunch of pops there. At first, I was on the the south side of the wall. It was like the big open area with all the wandering stuff, which is where I'd first been shook up so bad because I came in there and got absolutely rocked by the damage they were hitting me for had like a whole digit more than I was used to seeing, so it was scary. But soon enough, I was in the north side, fighting the higher level stuff. Better drops, better rune drops, and so the names spawned in like specific known spots versus wandering around the whole field where like more people were trying to snipe them. Because again, this was on a blue server. It wasn't, only the strong survive and spoils go to the victors. No, spoils went to the poop sock, right? And it's a lot easier to poop sock a static spawn. Just logistically. Hey. Yeah, I'm playing Toxic. It's a bit. It's a bit we're doing. Isn't that fun? We can push in now. I want to push our luck. We were doing so good up top, right? We've only wiped twice in 2 streams up top. Let's go where it's like harder. Let's kick it up a notch. And by that I mean kick it down a notch. If you want deep thoughts, you got to get deeper into this zone. And right now we're still at the surface. Like, yeah, we're underground or whatever, but like we only like swimmed. We only swimmed through a little cave. You know what I mean? Like, we're not that deep. Let's drop down. Let's go past the point of no return. We got a druid here now. So that's a lifeline for the melees. Otherwise, you got to get all the way through to zone out. There is technically a couple of ways to get out from the pit, from the point of no return. Well, I should say there's one, right? Because you can't lev trick. There's no levitate. But what if you got hit with a gravity flux and you were standing in the right spot, facing the right way? Yes, you would jump up the pit. But how do you get hit with a gravity flux? That's going to be tough. You got to pull like a high enough level wizard mod and let it freaking start beating you up with gravity flux and have it land. And then, complete the trick, right? Land the trick and end up back up the ramp there. That's tough. That's tough. But it could be done. It could absolutely be done. So that's the only way I could think of. Either go through or you get gravity flux back up. And the odds of the gravity flux, I think, are pretty low. Come on. But never say never. Alright, we might get some freaking ads. Yeah. Passive 1. Oh, this wizard's definitely adding. Yeah. Passy has a kind of long recast delay, so there's only so much I could do. Maybe, just maybe, I'll be able to Passy the golem that's coming too. This is a very active little hall. Alright, if I can hit this golem with a Passy. He went the other way and he resisted my Passy. Whew, not a critical resist. He's got a smoldering brand. You saw that? That looked like a right-hand torch to me. Smoldering brand. Try and pass it again. Resist, not a critical resist, but he's coming. He's definitely coming. Here he comes. See Bo anytime recently? I haven't seen Bo since before the zone officially launched. Way back when we just came down here and it was open. Years and years and years ago. We saw Bo then. Haven't seen Bo since. It's, I think, a 1% drop rate only from golems. Right? So that's rare, if true. 100 golems. Well, I feel like there's math that could be done or whatever to see like 75% drop rate would be, I don't know how many golems. You know what I mean? Like, you're not guaranteed anything. It's random. But, because we definitely got our first one with less than 100 golems, but I've not seen one since. I feel like I've killed a lot more than 100 golems since, but I don't know. There's only so many golem pops. You know what I mean? There's not like you go to golem jail and just kill golem after golem. No. It's a golem here, a golem there. They're kind of spaced. I'll try to pass you this one more time. Spell did not take hold. guess you can't passy something that's already passy. Interesting. Take the golem vow to get a golem bow. Oh shit. Speckled granite pebble. Whose turn? I'll hand it over. Who ain't got no big loot yet? Big money loot. For a second, from across the room, maybe I need glasses. But from way back here, I glanced over and I seen he wasn't doing the spinning kick. He was just hitting. The white robe, I didn't see his head because it was like kind of blending in with the background. I thought it was a rat man. I'm like, holy shit, where'd the rat man come? It was the monk, not the rat man. Sorry, no offense. I'm not saying you're a rat man. I'm just saying I need glasses, I think. It was crazy. A crazy illusion to me. Yeah, whose turn? Rat men have alligator arms. Yeah, yeah. And listen, I've never seen a rat man do the spinning circle kick either. Whatever you call that, the roundhouse. So I mean, that should have been my next biggest clue. Touch Me didn't get one yet. I believe it, considering you just got here. Let's look it up. Where you at? Let's look for the big stick. All right, Touch Me got one. I know Ishiwatari got a sapphire. I looted a fiery jewel. I'm not sure if Protection's got anything yet, or I'm not sure if Jank got anything yet. I'm trying to be... Shemeroid, you got something today, right? You got the a speckled granite pebble or something? Or no? I don't want anybody to get left behind. I'm trying to really, you know, share the love today for a change. I'm a toxic battle cleric, but I'm not a mean battle cleric that greedily loots it all up. No, no, for sure. You got the Amos. Oh shit! I thought you didn't want it, so I gave it to Ishiwatari. I misunderstood when you said you could have. I thought you were passing to him. I already handed that off. But hey, Ishiwatari's watching, so let's see what he says about it. Not bad. Sorry for the confusion there. And if it comes down to it, I do have loam gear tucked away back in the swamp. You know, I'll make you whole because you had the high roll. So you know what I mean. I think you by the laws of EverQuest. Oh, there's a brand. Am I doing like diversion over here? Talk about how fair I am while hoarding the brand. I didn't mean to. Yes, forgot about that. I mean, I totally knew. Let's rand. 73. Ooh, a 95 from Ishii. There you go. Big brand. Check out the big brand on Ishii. Yeah, let me get him to give the Amos to you for it. How's that sound? Oh, you told him he could have it? Okay. Well, shit. Well, he gets a brand too. I think it's the first of many brands today because we're down here going hard. Is this Crusader gonna heal? Gotta keep an eye on it. bitch, kill it. Oh yeah, the brand is such a good noob weapon. Like the ratio on it is great. 922. It's like outrageously good, honestly. For pre-20. Got a nice little proc. Nothing serious, but it'll carry you in level 1. You know what I mean? You proc that level 1 on a level 1 mob, you're killing it. Even level 2, it'll help you kill some stuff faster. It's not going to do much beyond the first few levels, but hey. It looks like a torch, which is cool. If you're into that sort of thing. Which, at that level, I could totally be into that sort of thing. You know what I mean? Like, you're just kind of, you know? You're just a lost traveler trying to find your way. But then, bam, slower and brand. You gotta watch out for those right-handed torches. Anyways. Another freaking weapon, huh? All right. All right, Crypt of Dalnir or Crypt of Decay or Crypt of Dalnir because you don't want to go with the common Kithcore at night answer. Shiny Get, thank you for that. Shiny Goot, I appreciate that answer. I got Winnie here in the chair. Let's see if she'll pop up. I got up for a second and she came back. I got up for so long I probably already procced a Tash. How can you be a toxic battle cleric if you don't ninja AFK mid-fight with a healer mob in the zone? Right? That's toxic battle cleric 101. Proc the Tash. Got the stun stick on. Let's go. Winnie, come here. Yeah, I appreciate your answer. Crypt of Decay was definitely a scary aesthetic. Like, it was gross. It was like so slimy looking. And yeah, insane how fast things go from "ooh, this place is nice" to anyone able to res near wars like woods. Yeah, yeah. Um, every zone has the possibility of being scary if you're there at the wrong level. I feel like if you can get like, you know, get traumatized by it, and next thing you know, you don't like it at all. Here's Winnie, she's popping up. Shmonite. What's going on? We're just getting started over here. We're talking about scary EQ zones. Was there ever any zones that scared you? I feel like um, Unrest never really scared me because I was successful there. I think if I had been getting beat up, it would have scared me. Mudman Enforcer. Playing a Nightmare. That's a good one. It's got like those like you zone in and you're right there in the graveyard, right? And there's danger in every direction. Oh, I go to Shemo. When he's trying to push the mouse around with your face. All right, we're up to the water. Nice. Where's anybody just rolling? Touch me wins. I think. Unless meningitis wants it. Whoops. Hardest part. Trying to divvy the loot out. There we go. Yeah, playing a nightmare. That's where I learned to quad. So I thought, or the first place I tried quadding because I heard about quadding when I was playing a druid. Um, I heard it was good quadding at the werewolves playing a nightmare, and I was like, how can you kill four of these things? You know, my root kept breaking. I thought quadding was root wadding four at once. I didn't understand the concept of snaring and kiting and doing the lightning based spell to hit four. I had never seen quadding. I'd only heard about quadding and thought I understood. Because, you know, somebody probably asked, what's quadding? Or maybe even I asked it. And I was like, oh, killing four at once? Got it. Heard everything I need to know. Killing four at once is quadding. Got it. Instructions are totally clear. I'm going to start killing four things at once because I'm a druid and that's what I'm supposed to do. That's how you fly through levels. So, that's what I was doing. I was root rotting werewolves in Plane of Nightmare because it was like Planes of Power era. Blue Cow used to fear kite those in Western Waste. Nice. Yeah, quadding can get. I don't know. You know me, Blue Cow. You probably know me very well as far as I'm okay running around in circles for hours. You've seen me do it because I was just talking about this in what was that game? Neverwinter, right? It was different though. That was like a much bigger circle. That was like a whole lap around the whole zone, just to kind of reach the different placeholders. Hopefully the names. Back when the getting was good, before they nerfed. Uh, was it Juma? I was buying Juma bags, and they just straight removed Juma. Last I checked, that was like the last straw for me. I think they're really after my play style. I just felt personally attacked, but I know everybody was doing Juma bags. It was like one of the only ways to try to farm the. I forget what they renamed them to, but they were called the moats. It was the lightning, and yeah, when they nerfed the lightning enchant, that was brutal. Because now all of a sudden I wasn't carrying the gold gain over to the AOE. So it was like my multiplier was gone. Yeah. Womp womp. All right, where are we going? Rat jail? Or what? He's like, move up, and I'm just like, you're near that bank. Okay, hold on. It's been a while. Yeah, I love when you would pull stuff for. I was Blue Cow. I was just talking about this earlier. You probably like eating breakfast. I was talking about you would pull a whole bunch of stuff, like a whole half a zone or whatever, and tank it. And I would, wait for the cooldown, the hidden cooldown, and then do the big AOE. And if the stuff was still alive, wait another. I think it was 40 seconds, right? It was some like kind of random number, maybe even like 50 seconds. Something. It wasn't quite a minute, but it was still a while. And do the AoE again. And we would just watch that number go up. It was fun. They took it from us. I would take over showing the way. Okay. I don't know where I'm going. 2 a.m. Oh, that was you caught me and then fell back asleep. Hey, I appreciate the pre-sleep lurk there. It means a lot to me. And it's always good to see you on a Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest. My mic keeps cutting out. No. All right, so it's got to be something either. Pacer Loco was saying my motherboard firmware. I'm thinking maybe that I'm missing a driver or something because I've tried. This is now the third microphone. The first standalone microphone, but I've tried the built-in mic. I've tried the webcam mic, and both of them used to work. And this one I thought was working good today. Hold on, let me try to unplug it and plug it back in again. So I turned off every sound gate and filter it had. I had ones that would let me have my fan on and it wouldn't pick it up. I had one to lessen the click clack of the keyboard. It's all, everything's off. So, I can't really explain it other than hardware, firmware, driver. I don't know. I'm starting to think it's a deeper issue. Whoops. Are people following me? I'm fixing audio stuff. Hold on. Is it better now that I unplugged it and plugged it back in? Because I had fine tuned it to what I thought sounded good, but it wasn't good. I think things start one way and end up another way, as far as I could tell. I don't know. I don't know, dude. I wish it would work fine. Anyway, I'm not trying to have a technical difficulty stream. If it's unlistenable, if you need me to reboot my computer and see if that fixes, I'll end the stream and fix it. Just let me know. On a scale of 1 to 10, where 10 is perfect audio and 0 is this is unlistenable, I'm going to unfollow this scrub that can't stream. Where does it fall today? What's the temperature like? It's not too bad today. Yesterday was really hot. It's been hot for like weeks, honestly. But today, so far, so good. It's still very early, though. Sun just came up. This thing was complete healed? No. Ishiwatari was complete healed. Whew. What's the temperature like on my PC? I don't know. Honestly, not hot. My game sounds were muted, huh? Is it better now? Honestly, the audio quality I thought was the one thing I had dialed in today. Everything else I've was less sure about, but that was the one, and that's been the one that's been giving me the most trouble. And I feel like it's got to be like the 8th stream in a row. I'm not gonna lie, it's frustrating. I'm trying to. I really want it to work. I'm gonna try to get to the bottom of it. It'll be my one goal. here, huh? This should be fun. This should be good. A little spooky of a spot. Speaking of scary zones, this to me is like this one of the scariest rooms in all of the hole because of the implication. Right? There's some stuff that pops out of that room. And if you fight one, you fight three. That can be tough. Anyways, I did finally win with the defect deck and Slay the Spire. I was playing on Tuesday until dinner time. I had to run. Couldn't finish out the run that day. I came back a couple days later. Hey, thank you for that follow. I picked it up there, and it was finally overcame the Time Lord. I was starting to think I was just going to be stuck with that boss until I beat it on the defect, because every run that was my final boss, and I kept building a combo deck. And it kind of goes hand in hand with the defect. It's hard not to build a combo deck. The way the Time Lord one works, every 12 cards it ends your turn. It takes the turn and gets progressively stronger. So it's just bad when you're playing just little stuff that adds up, because you need to play like all the little stuff you wanted to play. And it's not just 12 cards in a turn, it's a running timer. So if you play 6 cards, now you can only play 6 cards before it ends the turn. So you got to kind of like strategically, well, more like every card better count. You can't really afford to play some of the stuff that was your bread and butter earlier rounds. I ended up having a fairy in a bottle, classic. Definitely Zelda coded right there. But in case I died, I was going to get resurrected with 30% of my health. But I didn't die. It was okay. Something complete healed this. Oh boy. Oh yeah. Remember Evil Wench? We played plenty of Neverwinter dungeon grinds, dungeon crawling. Alright, I don't think we'll heal over here. Alright, let's go some distance over here. This microphone actually has a couple dials I've never touched. I'm kind of like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I thought I wasn't broke. So now I'm wondering, is there a dial here? Hold on. Let me try something. This is test 1, okay? Test 1, test 1. This is the thing we've maybe had issues with. Here's test 2. Test 2. Testing. I changed a dial. It has shapes. It doesn't have numbers. I changed it to a different shape. Is anything better? This is more like an eye test. I'm giving you 2 to compare it to. Is this one better? Is 2 better than 1? This is 2. Let me go back to 1. One's really hard to turn. This one's 1. Let me go back to... This one's 2, okay? How's 2? There's a 3 and a 4, we're going to call them. They're all shapes, interestingly enough. So, keep 1 in mind. This is number 2. You like 2, definitely, huh? 2 sounds more clear. Hey, we're getting somewhere. We're figuring this out today. One way or another. We're only 4 and 50 minutes deep, right? We're almost 5 hours into the stream. We're just getting started. We're narrowing it down. You guys like 2 better. What if 3 is even better? Let's try it. This one's really hard to turn. Hold on. Here's number 3. Are we getting somewhere? Do you guys like number 3 better than number 2? Or number 2 was kind of peak audio big league chewy enjoyment for you so far? Let me know. I know there's a little delay. I'll give you a second here on 3. This is still number 3. 2 still. Gotcha. You know what? Let's go back to 2. We're not going to go to number 4. We're just going back to 2 because I feel like 3 is kind of muddy. All right, here we are, back at 2. 2 has been the fan favorite. And listen, if my fans like it, I like it. Okay? I've been dying to get this to work in a way that everybody can enjoy. Whether you're listening on headphones or, like me when I sound check, coming through laptop speakers, and maybe I'm not hearing the fine details that are so grating. I appreciate the help fine tuning. We're back on number 2. And I'm hoping, that changing from 3 to 2 brings us the same result as going 1 to 2. You want me to try 4? All right. You know what? I'm a troll of the people. I'm willing to take requests. I'll try number 4. It's a shape. I'll even describe the shape to you for science. The shape looks like the shape of number 1. Number 1 is 2 interlocking rings, right? It's a circle on top of a circle. Think like a portion of the Olympic logo. Number 4 is 2 separate rings, okay? Let me try that one. Here we are. 2 separate rings. This is number 4, okay? For science. For science, okay? I feel like whatever issue we were having is going to be, and number 3 is going to be worse than number 4, right? Just because of the nature of a dial, right? It makes me think we're going from... No. This is bad. Let's go to 2. 2. Okay. Number 2. So let me describe these to you, right? Number 1 is 2 rings. Number 2 is a circle. Number 3 kind of looks like a butt, right? It's not really a heart. It's more of a butt. And number 4, like I said, is 2 separate circles. So we're on circle. We're on single circle. We're locked in. We're dialed in. You guys like it. If you like it, I like it. I can't hear it. I can only hear same as I hear talking normally, which honestly is less. I talk normally on a normal day, less on a Sunday SWAMPTACULAR SPLASHFEST, believe it or not. And I channel Yappy Darkpaw here with you. But day to day, if you get me going, sure, but for the most part, I'm chilling. I'm listening. I'm trying to observe and less yap, mostly. You like 2? I like 2. I like 2 also. Can't believe I didn't try that dial previously. It was like the one dial I hadn't touched. And you know what? I might have touched it and it was hard to turn, and I was just like, let's just leave that there. It must be the most important dial. That's why it's hard to turn. I don't want to accidentally bump it. Pump it up. Anyway, what are we at? 71% ish, 72% perhaps. If you're really optimistic, you might look at this and say that's 73%. I don't know. I don't know about all that. 72%. Whoops. I'm gonna take the peridot. I'm gonna give you the other stuff. No, I'll give you some peridots. You've been doing the most buffing. I know these things ain't free. I have like a ton of them. I stocked up with the intention of handing this amount. So, Shemroids wants some peridots. Yeah, we can hook up Shem. Here, I'll give you 15. Got paradox to the left, paradox to the right. Okay, blue cow, I understand. 1 is 2 channels mixed, 2 is single channel, 3 is 2 channels varied, 4 is single channel but has something to it. Hey, that's probably the answer to all our problems. I was rocking some whack setting, right? now I'm not. Listen, it took me a few weeks to get it dialed in there, but if it's better now, all right. Blue cow, I'm not an audio engineer. Okay, I can understand concepts of plugging stuff in, following the cord. I can understand concepts like that, and the general stream of this goes into that, goes into that. But if you could break it down into terms I can understand, as far as a 0 through 10, where would you put it now? You know, it's, okay. I could turn my filter back on. You think now? Perhaps. Let's try it out. If I want to hear a solid 8. Hey, solid 8 is pretty good. You know what I mean? That's like a B minus. That's an upgrade because I've been my recent streams, like, I've thought I had it better, but when I uploaded it to YouTube and I'm fixing something in the captions, I like to try to run through the caption real quick and the transcript and look for real egregious mistakes and try to fix it real quick. But anyway, captions already can't even like hear me because like the audio's been so bad the last few streams. And it's like, damn, I really thought I was improving the audio. I didn't know it was getting worse. So if we fixed it with one little dial change to a solid 8, better late than never. We're just getting started over here. Now, new improved audio. I have not been paying attention for a Tash proc. This is where, I can understand Gina. I can understand the desire and the you can even say the need for it. Or at the very least, the want for it, right? It's a popular feature, but it's soapbox time. Chewy's soapbox time. Here we are. Maybe it's going to be a new thing on Sundays, or maybe this is just a one-off thing. But I've been trying to hold my tongue, right? I've been thinking of some stuff over the week where it's just like, don't get me started. Not today. Not it's too early for this. But no, it's just right. Yeah, 10 is a lofty goal. I'll always work towards the 10, but you know what I mean. I understand. An 8 is a solid number for me today to attain. I'm happy with an 8. Pacer Loco, you got the headset on, right? So your opinion means a lot. What would you give it today? Now that we just changed the switch, things are better. Yeah. Judging the sound quality, right? Of course. Um, where was I going with this? My soapbox. Soapbox time. With new and improved sound quality comes perfect time for a rant. All right, let me try to get a little heal going somewhere. But rant time. I don't like the third party tools. You know what I mean? Like, it's not going to be me. I'm not going to do that. I don't use the Harry Potter maps. I don't use Gina. I think they're on the same tier as like show EQ or MQ or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, you're adding a layer that is very much We having a wipeout? Seems like a little bit of a wipeout situation to me. Uh-oh. That's not a valid target. You know what that means. Now we'll go down with the ship. We could res here. Maybe we could camp out if we... Of course, it's when I'm trying to rant. I'm trying to get on my soapbox and rant. I gotta get distracted by, actual go time. Alright, try to camp. Any clerics camp. Res up after. I got Goblin here. Do reses on Goblin. 10 seconds. I got res up and mana for a res, so it's just 2 reses unaccounted for. Alright, so let me know when it's safe. If I gotta do 4 reses, I'll do 4 reses. I don't think protection has the epic. I thought protection has the epic. That's why I just resed him and like I gave him 1 heal and hit the road. You know? So I think I was getting on Mr. Nice Guy to open the door or something. Whatever. You know what I mean? I thought he was just gonna start clicking everybody else. I didn't know you had to like fully med for reses. I felt bad after. So I'll pull my weight with reses. In fact, I'll get on Goblin right now. Because I think it's clear, right? I could just waiting on the reset. Nice. Yeah, let me get on Goblin. I'll do a res on Goblin. Because that's just, less medding I gotta do on Wipeout. Might be 1 or 2 if I hurry. Is that good? Do we want 1 or 2, or do we want to res everybody? I feel like it's just res. I don't know. I don't know how what kind of shape you guys all camped at. You're still there. Who else is alive? I'm coming on Goblin. Because I think I could just run down. One's still rooted, just you. Shem's alive and camped. Good, good. Okay. This is good. Oh, protection got aggro, I think. I think I got mana for a res. I don't want no faction hit. Dude boy, orc boy, hey, good to see you. We had a little bit of a little situation down here, but it wasn't a full wipe. It was like a little halfy half. So anyway, I'm using up some mana on goblin mode. I'm going full goblin mode, and I logged in, did a res, camping. I don't think any of us here have epics, right? So I don't think protection has his epic. I don't have my epic on wipeout. So I'm just trying to spread the burden out, med him up later. Let's make a silent move back over to wipeout. Be be right back on Wipeout. I didn't even tell my group or guild anything. I'm telling you guys. Maybe word will get over there. I think they're watching. Duboy Orkboy, it's good to see you. Have you enjoyed any Arulian online adventures? I've had a few friends consumed by it this weekend, but hey, I'm not one to talk. I was consumed by like a text-based MS Paint art uh, overstimulation simulator. I don't even know what to call it. Brain rot factory. It's so good. It's called NGU Idol. I don't know if I recommend it, but for me, it's like just what I like. Um, but today, Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025, number 29. We're here playing EverQuest again, enjoying my favorite. Shit, I thought I needed a res. I don't need a res. I can't. I forgot. Great success. We're pretty well recovered. Meningitis is resed. Ishiwatari's resed. Touch me. Also resed. Everybody's resed. We're good. Look at that. Look at that slick recovery. Good job, team. Um, you know, it's a good thing that we can't just rewind and see what happened because I think the rewind would probably show me doing the same thing I wiped the group with last week, which was, casting a heal on the Feign Death Puller. Probably, right? This is just my hunch. It seems like something I would do, especially while I'm trying to, you know, pontificate upon my soapbox. I was trying to get to some stuff. I'm talking about look how fast our recovery is. I'm making a silent move. Trying to boast our fast recovery over here. We're recovered. Everybody's cleaned up. Everything's good. I just forgot to show you. Um, what I'm getting at is I don't like the maps. I don't like Gina, right? Not classic. It's classic in certain eras, but it's not classic in this era. We used to have to read with our eyes, right? It was a thing that we had to do, and I feel like that's the spirit of the game, right? The spirit of classic, and I feel like P99 devs took a really weird stance on it, right? How are you classic purists? Um, but you're gonna say no maps, right? Hitting backspace doesn't pull up a map, right? Because it's classic. But go ahead and install a third-party log reader to add a third-party map. Go ahead. That seems weird to me. This is my soapbox. I've been holding this in all week. I almost started going off on this as the Thursday rise and grind. I was like, no, hold on, don't get me started. Not today, but today, yes, it's the Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest. I'm on my soapbox. I don't like it. I don't think it belongs on P99, but it's not up to me clearly. So it is what it is. You just won't see me doing it. I don't believe in it. And as much as I could benefit from Gina, right? The audio triggers when you set certain phrases, that would come in extremely handy, right? Right. Is this P25? No, it's P99. Exactly. Exactly. And I feel like on a blue server, whatever, like people enjoy EverQuest however they want to enjoy it. And by blue, I mean all servers that aren't a PvP server. But I feel like on a PvP server, like we really got to respect the spirit of the rules, right? Guys, come on. That stuff's out of pocket. Like learn the layout of zones, or fumble around in them. That's authentic. For me, some zones I fumble around in, other zones I know the layout, and that gives me an advantage. But having a map and that you're never lost, come on, that ain't right. That ain't right. That's like Planes of Power, right? When did they add that? They didn't add it in Velius. They certainly didn't add it in Kunark. It's just it's past the era. Anyway, that's my soapbox. That's my rant. I just had to say it. I don't I don't approve of that. But I do get it. You know? Especially important stuff like being told when a spell lands or a spell breaks, you know? So important. Having timers tell you when your buffs are going to fade, you know? So useful. It's like, why didn't they add that? Oh, they purposely removed it, actually, because it's something that was in EverQuest Titanium Edition, but because P99 is supposed to be, accurate to the era, they removed it. So why, if they're removing stuff like the map or timers on buffs, and why are there third-party tools to add that back in? And that's totally fine. I just don't get it. Like, I understand there's third-party tools to add it back in. I get that. People want what they want, but I just don't understand how that's not in the same category as forbidden third-party tools. Let's just call them those. To me, they're the same thing. They're all hacks, right? That's my stance. Nobody asked me, right? I just kind of come out with this stuff. I just open my mouth and let you guys know. And this time I climbed up on a soapbox high to even start with it. But you know what I'm saying. Just my feeling. I'm not trying to alienate anybody. People are going to enjoy EverQuest the way they're going to enjoy EverQuest. I just want to make it known what's been on my mind about it. It's nothing new, you know. Ever since the first map was, I'm gonna go ahead and call it approved, because it's not even like they took a silent stance officially and just like people assumed it was okay, and it became more and more like talked about. No, they kind of like actually said it's okay, which I just was baffled by. Like, why remove the maps in the first place if you could go ahead and download a third-party tool to add the map in? That seems just so weird. Like, I don't know. The game's meant to be it's seen, right? Whether you're playing first person or third person, either way, you know what I mean? You use your senses as far as like you want to see what's around the corner. You got to go around the corner. Like that was you lose a lot if you rely on the map. Coming from somebody who learned most of this game using the map, because I came back to EQ, like Planes of Power era, maps were a thing. My my field of view was not a thing because I had far clip playing all the way down, but that's another story. But anyway, I was leaning on maps, and I missed everything around me because all I would look at is the map, and that's sad. They put a lot of effort into the scenery for me to just ignore it all. But whatever. Just my opinion. So Shem is not online to you. Like if you do a /who in the zone, you're not seeing Shem on the list. That'd be a bug. Yeah. The hand drawn maps. Yeah. Those are the same ones they use on EQ Atlas, right? You say Muse. That was the name of the artist. I love those maps. Those are still the ones I use because the wiki has them all just copied and pasted. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if that's infringement or if they're used with permission, but those are definitely the maps. I love those maps. They're so good. Honestly, to up the immersion factor, I think I'm gonna try to like print up maps and keep them in a 3-ring binder. You know what I mean? Like, and then take notes on them. Like that's authentic. What's the question of the day? Sunday Online guy, I'm glad you asked. What's the scariest EQ zone to you? Or were you ever scared? You know, like too spooky. Like you went there and you said no way, and you didn't want to go back. I've had a few. I think they intentionally, nostalgia wise or objectively, either way. You know what I mean? There's no wrong way to answer the question of the day. That's, however you want to interpret it. And the way you ask that makes me think you might have a lot to say on the topic, and I invite you to please let's talk spooky zones. When you fell down the hole, Funbag's excellent answer. That's I think a well-designed scare. They knew what they were doing when they made that, and seeing a dragon run from 3 miles away towards your level 50 monk. Yeah, dragons anywhere, absolutely terrifying. You know you goofed when you got a dragon coming your way. Western Waste, it's still scary, you know? I'll still have a real bad time over there from time to time. Plane of Mischief, says Blue Cow. Doors that don't work. Zone in the dollhouse. Click the correct tree to get out. Yeah, Plane of Mischief's very popular on this server, and I've yet to take the plunge. I've never in all my years of EverQuest been to Plane of Mischief. So maybe we'll have to set a time, set a day, and do it Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest. I'll have to have some experienced guides to hold my hand, because it's sure to be a friggin' disaster. But I'll do it anyway. I'll do anything. Let's go. I think we're at, let's call that 75%. I'm gonna load up Duxa. Speaking of not classic abominations, let's load skin Duxa for a sec. Now I quit Duxa cold turkey. Let's see if I was right. 75% XP. 74%. I was a little optimistic, but I was close. Recently got ported to Planet Sky and got PvP killed. Yeah, so what's up with that? Were you in a group? I heard this story and I was, um, I had my theory that he invited you to a group. Because I don't know if there's a way to get there. Not in the group. But yeah, he's interesting for that one. I guess you got to do what you got to do when you can't get kills any other way. Yeah, Plane of Sky. That would be a traumatic first trip there. Because you're, you know, too low level to fight a level 60. But all of a sudden, you're somewhere new, somewhere that you can't even get to on your own if you wanted to, and you're getting killed by a level 60. It doesn't make sense. By the time, you know what I mean? By the time that Sunstrike landed, which I'm assuming he did, something like that, like a one-shot kill for you. That's a low blow. You know what I mean? Like I've I'll kill someone when they're low HP. I have no problem doing that. But even I think it's a low blow to trick a low level player, you know, especially one who's new to EverQuest. But that's besides the point. Anybody, it doesn't matter. There's a PvP range for a reason. To take them to a zone with no PvP range, to kill them. Uh, that's borderline griefing. You know what I mean? Like, can't really justify that. I definitely don't approve of it. Um, Not something I would spend my plat to do. You know what I mean? Like, if it was the other way around, like you're tricking a level 60 to go get killed by you when you're too low level to fight a 60, like, okay, that would be hilarious. Because, like, how is the level 60 dying to the player that's too low to fight him? But to, like, obviously you can punch down. A level 60 can kill level 52's easy, duh. Not really proven anything. Anyway, whatever. This is coming from the guy who uploads TikTok clips of EverQuest PvP. You know, or should I say, number one EverQuest PvPer on TikTok. That's official title there. Yeah, it could have been worse. He could have definitely stuck the corpse further, but I don't know. I think he was a little short-sighted. Whatever. Lesson learned, though. I guess I personally, I just don't take group invites from anybody I don't know. Like matter of principle, because I would say the most common trick would be to bind you somewhere, right? Try to invite you to a group to bind you, and then you respawn there instead of where you want to respawn. One spell to screw up your whole day. And all you got to do to avoid it is just not take a group invite. So that's my personal rule. Live and learn. But the unwanted port, yeah, classic. It could have been worse. You could have paid him for a port somewhere else, and then he could have instead done that. That would have been an extra layer of like scam. But honestly, I wouldn't put that past him. I've seen him do some really sketchy things. I'm no snitch. Type /D to dance. Yeah, hilarious. /EX to get the XP bonus. He was cool after, probably because he didn't want to get banned. I think if you like raised a fuss about it, he probably, you know what I mean? I don't think that's certainly against the play nice policy. It is definitely 1000% against the play nice policy, like because of the level range, right? Higher levels can't do stuff like that to lower levels. That's the reason level range exists. You know, just because you ended up in a free for all zone doesn't make the original action okay. But show the actual XP values of /EX. Yeah, there's always something. They're always trying to trick people with that. You only fall for that once, or maybe twice if you're not sure what happened the first time. If you fall for it 3 times, I don't know.
I accidentally tried to duel somebody semi recently. I was just typing too fast. You know, I always do the slash to do slash who, and I use wads. And I was like moving and typing, and I did a slash D instead of a slash. And I had a target. But they didn't accept my duel. They could have accepted my duel and probably killed me before I was able to, like, flee like a cowardly dog, you know? But they just didn't accept it. And I just zoned. Yeah, hilarious. I was on like a level, probably like 12 or something like that, with a level 60 target. I accidentally tried to duel him.
Chris GNV rated your channel with 26 viewers.
Hey, Christian V, welcome. We're just getting started over here. It's the Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025, of which this is number 29, and we're down in the hole. Deep thoughts. I appreciate you. Uh, Listen, all the viewers are in good hands. We're gonna enjoy some EverQuest, nothing but just purely EverQuest enjoyment all Sunday long, at least for the next hour and a half. You know, and then we're gonna go find another EverQuest channel, and we're gonna carry on the raid. So, EQ all day, every Sunday. But yeah, deep thoughts, flowers of happiness in the hole, deep thoughts in the hole. What's the scariest EQ zone? What's the topic? Right, we're talking spooky. We're talking scary. We're talking plane of fear, perhaps. Plane of hate. Anything with an aggressive zoning. Always scary. Um, like, you know what one I thought was just right? Plane of innovation. If anybody was a Planes of Power enjoyer, you want to talk like just the right amount of danger and intrigue, but not so much to keep you up at night or to keep you from wanting to zone in. I thought a Plane of Innovation was perfect because you zone in and there's that one, right? You fight that one busted junkyard droid or whatever. You know, you're in the junkyard, and you know then you could go fight another one. It's all single pulse. They're tough, right? When you're the right level range, they're tough, but it's satisfying. It's doable, and it's a little, you know, it's got some danger and some intrigue. Uh, it kind of had like that soloable feel, that groupable feel. It wasn't like a super scary raid, right? Plane of Hate, you know, always felt like a super scary raid. You know, nowadays people make it look easy. Well, that's because it's 2025. You know, we have the benefit of having done this stuff for years. You know, I mean, I'm saying we as the general EverQuest community. Do you see me in Plane of Hate? No, I haven't been there in a while, but like, I know if I went, what we would bring, right? We'd have enough crowd control. We would, you know, we try to do it right. But back in the day, when things were a little more chaotic, a little more rumor driven. Uh, it was definitely more terrifying. I didn't even need to go to the plains to be scared. I was scared plenty by the thought of hill giants existing. You know, Wrath Mountains. Probably the first time I was like genuinely like heart pounding, like, oh my god, I gotta get out of here. Because I knew I was too low level. I told my friend where I was, and he was like, "What are you doing? There's hill giants there." I'm like, huh? What do you mean? Yeah, dude, they'll kill you. I was like level 9 or something. I was just like trying to explore. But anyway, I got out of there. I don't think anything chased me. You know how Wrath Mountains is. There's like nothing in that like zone in area at all. Probably didn't get much further past that before, you know, I turned around, fled, and didn't return for probably years because it's just too spooky. Nowadays, of course, you know, big outdoor zone, like nothing scary about that. I was a kid. It was middle school. So yeah, I'm playing Wipeout, the Toxic Battle Cleric. I put away my AoE proc weapon for a little bit, but we might bust it out later. It's fun. The group loves it. Gales of Poison big poison clouds hitting everybody because it's the PvP server. And friendly fire is on. They love it. They at least haven't complained about it to me, so they must love it. And, enough talking about it. Let's bust it out. In honor of that Chris GNV raid, shout out to Chris GNV. Let me type that. If you haven't followed Chris GNV, make sure he's a very solid dude. You know what I mean? He's a pillar of the EQ Twitch community. Check him out. But in honor of that raid, Chris GNV, there's the Toxic Battle Cleric has returned. Poison Wind Sensor. Let's go. It's so good. Do I have haste on? If I have haste, I won't proc as much. There it is. Big proc. Who'd we hit? Just about everybody. They love it. Builds character. Alright. We'll bust that back out in a little bit. My shield. There it is. My bags are getting a mess. Hey, thank you for that follow. Appreciate it. Proc the J-Man stick. Bust back out the stun hammer. Got a whole friggin' arsenal in tow. You know what I mean? Who needs a squire when you got a bag of Sown Evil Eye? Shove weapons in it. Bust them out later. We got the undead proc. We got the other undead proc. The AoE poison two-hander. We got the stun weapon. Alright, Holy Might. Love that one. Good in PvP, in theory. Right? First you gotta hit him with the J-Man stick, though. Get that Tash. You're not landing anything. People stack resist here. It's the PvP server. Anyway, you're here rocking with the legendary Flowers of Happiness. We're down here. Deep thoughts. Deep thoughts today. Already crashed out about Gina. Already, rambled on and on about Harry Potter maps. Now I'm chilling, Now I'm thinking about stuff like, why are there no rock golems upstairs? I guess there's that one above the ramp. That's not a very deep thought. Anybody got any deep thoughts? An actual deep thought? You don't have to be a flower, but yeah. I love to hear flower opinions too. We seem to be out of range of complete heal stuff right here. We're up a little bit more, not so much. Right here, safe and sound. What's the worst candy flavor? You say green apple or grape? Those are such classic flavors for gums. You know what I mean? If a gum has 4 flavors, you just name 2 of the flavors. Right? Like Big League Chew definitely qualifies for that. But I don't usually care for green apple flavored stuff myself. Growly Bud, I know where you're coming from. You know what I do like? Caramel apple flavored stuff, right? Maybe the green apple's just missing a little something, but I do like green apples. Grape. I know what you're saying with grape too. Grape, artificial grape flavor. Something about it is a little off, but I'm not gonna go ahead and say it's the worst. For me, the worst candy flavor. Spearmint. I'm not a big fan of that. I can sometimes get behind other types of mint flavors, but not spearmint. Something about that one I don't usually like. This has been a great topic. Look at how many answers we're getting here. Thank you. Good Duke, you say black licorice is dank. I also agree. I love black licorice. You got Werther's original caramels have green apple. The caramel saves it, but still bleh. The ones with pumpkin instead are good. I never had those. I think I've had the other one you're talking about. You say any watermelon flavor is awful. Um, Run that monkey. Thank you for that first time chat. Something about artificial watermelon flavor does not taste like watermelon. You are right. And it's always so strong. That's like a sickly sweet one. But you know what I like? If you ever have like some stuff that's like a melon flavor, it's usually not from America, right? Some like Japanese candy that's melon flavor. I love that flavor, but it's nothing like the watermelon flavor. That might be one of the worst. You're right. Banana is trash. Splendid Genesis. More for me. I love banana flavored candies. They don't really taste like bananas, but I like them. I like that flavor. Like I've been known to get the bananas out of the runts. You know what I mean? Or even the knockoff runt-ish candies. You know, sometimes they're not as good, the knockoff ones, but you know, if I'm at a candy shop that be paid by the pound, that's probably the first one I'm grabbing. The friggin' bananas. I love those. More for me. Hey, you know. What do we got here? Another friggin' pebble. Whose turn for a pebble? Pop Tart, anything. Ugh. I used to eat Pop Tarts, but something they just have not been hitting for me for a long time. They're just too dry or something. I don't know. I can't get down with Pop Tarts anymore. S'mores Pop Tarts are the only ones you can see. Yeah, exactly. But Growly Bud, for me, the s'mores Pop Tarts are only good in the middle, right? The edges, ugh, cardboard. You got to get like the actual filling, which is like shrinkflation. I think that's where they're hiding the shrink. They're just giving less filling and they're putting it less to the edges. So you got to, you know what I mean? I could eat like a strip down the middle of one of those and I would enjoy it, but you got to suffer through the edges too. Ugh, I can't do it anymore. I just can't. Those spice slices coated with sugar that aren't fruit flavored at all. Oh yeah, those are weird. The spice ones, yeah. I like the fruit ones. Those fruit ones are friggin' so good. The only Pop Tart you like is the strawberry no frosting. I mean, if they fill it enough, I guess. It's gotta be toasted. You know, I think that's what ruined it for me. I was eating too many untoasted Pop Tarts. It was self-inflicted. You know what I mean? I could have toasted it, but instead I was running out the door because I was doing my homework last minute or something. You know what I mean? Instead of toasting a Pop Tart, I would not, and then I would take the Pop Tart, and I would be starving, and I would eat the dry Pop Tart. And I think I just ruined Pop Tarts myself. You know? Full disclosure. Shemeroy will take a friggin' pebble. I got you, Shemeroy. Frosting's a must, yeah. You used to do the strawberry no frosting as a dessert item, but one day it just clicked off. Yeah, it might have been the shrinkflation, you know? They might have got below the critical frosting or the critical filling point. Couldn't. Yeah. Just thinking about them, I'm getting like cotton mouth. Got a little splash of coffee left, and that's it. After that, I gotta drink some water. I don't want to overdose on caffeine today. My caffeine meter is approaching like full, like shaking full mark. No, I'm not shaking, but good and caffeinated. Did I proc a Tash? If I used Gina, I would know, but I don't use Gina. So. Captain Long Whistle, you're going with artificial banana. Hey, more for me. Not the first time that something that's a favorite to me is despised by others. Uh, Listen, I enjoy circus peanuts. What flavor is a circus peanut, you ask? I couldn't tell you. Definitely not peanut flavored, but I like them. I feel like it's probably some sort of industrial byproduct that they figured out they can press into circus peanut form and sell to children. And you know what I mean? It definitely has like that mid-century like should be outlawed vibe to it. Flavored sand, you say, Silky Lobster? Yeah. I mean, maybe it is, but it's like the kinetic sand that like sticks together, and that makes it delicious to me. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Industrial whipped chemical, yeah. Whipped industrial chems. Something. Patented. A patented blend. Bubblegum flavor too? Yeah, maybe. There's something like that. Tutti fruity, maybe. I love them. You've never had those, but now you're curious. People hate them. I love them. I grew up eating those, so I will still eat them. But if they ever said like they're really bad for you or outlawing them, I wouldn't be surprised because something about them feels a little unnatural. A little. Circus peanuts are a marshmallow banana whip abomination. Yeah, it could be. Mint flavors your vote for the worst. Um, Thank you for your opinion, Silky Lobster. I can get down with some mint here and there. Here and there. It's got to be here and there though. I don't like spearmint. I really don't like those after dinner mints? I really like the colored ones. The pastel ones are delicious. But the ones that are just straight friggin' mint, I hate. They make me want to like throw up, honestly. I don't know if those count as candy. You slept on two pillows, now your neck feels like you got punched in the neck for 8 hours. Ugh. Yeah, tough getting old. It's one of those things that yeah, jump off a roof as a kid, 2 thumbs up. Sleep wrong as an adult. Like 2 thumbs down. Peppermint patties. See, I like that mix. I do. I could get down with a peppermint patty. I could get down with junior mints, right? That's some flavor I kind of enjoy. It's not my favorite, but I don't hate it. I could totally get down. You're saying no good. I should stop peeking. There is a corpse over there. Chocolate covered toothpaste. Hilarious. All right, Captain Long Whistle. You're talking about good flavors. Go get your mints. Where did that accent come from? Chocolate, peanut, butter. Chocolate, peanut butter. I put an extra comma there. I like butter. Chocolate, peanut butter, caramel, and mint. Always good. Toothpaste is good. See, my favorite toothpaste flavor is like bubblegum. I don't have bubblegum flavor at the moment, but like, you know what I mean? Like, I'll get down to that. Like, it's probably a kid toothpaste, but whatever, you know? No reason kids get to have all the. It's not like it's tricks, right? And some like friggin' rabbit's gonna slap it out of your hands or something. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention on the commercial, but you know what I mean? Get down with some. Payday is great. Payday's the best bang for your buck candy bar, says Silky Lobster. Okay, some. You think it tastes like chalk nowadays, Good Uke? I wonder if it was like an expired Payday or something. I feel like that's one of those ones where you gotta like check the date on them because they might have been like collecting dust. Nobody looks for a Payday bar. I like them, but they just don't get the love. I like Payday, but listen, this is just me being weird, okay? Full disclosure. I think this is probably just a weird thing with me, but I only buy Payday if I got paid. I won't buy a Payday if it wasn't a Payday. Not to say I go buy a Payday on Payday. It just has to be everything needs to line up right where I'm buying a candy bar and it's payday. I'll be like, well, I'm buying a payday. If it's not payday, I can't buy a payday. I can't. It's just something within me forbids it. I just won't. I won't do it. I'm weird like that. I understand it's weird, but that's still me, and I'm admitting it. Nobody's got a gun to my head forcing me to, you know, put myself on blast for this weird stuff that I understand is weird. It's just a name. It's just the candy bar's name. Like a what's that? A 50 grand bar doesn't cost 50 grand. You know? Let's just okay. Sorry, I didn't read chat for a little bit here. Let's scroll up here. What did I miss? Payday's great. Remember marathon bars? I don't remember marathon bars. Captain Long, so you gotta fill me in. Rip Fine Skeletal. You had a candy bar. Whatchamacallit. You used to love whatchamacallit. Used to be your favorite when you had a raging sweet tooth. Those are so good. Whatchamacallit was one of my favorites as a kid. I would save up my change. You know what I mean? Save up my money and go buy one at the gas station with a handful of change. Back when you could buy a candy bar for under $1. The 90s. Everything you want in a candy bar and more. 100 grand, a 50 grand, whatever, whatever. Um, let's see here. Bubblegum is the flavor I got at the dentist for cleaning and getting mocked. Well, don't let them shame you for having taste. You know what I mean? Like nothing. Kids don't own bubblegum flavor. All right, we got to stop acting like they do. What just happened? I wasn't reading group chat. Apparently, we were planning this. Surprise to me. What do we got? What's going on out here? Don't eat that baby Ruth floating in the pool. You're so right, dude boy, orc boy. We gonna drain the pool. We didn't know it was a baby Ruth. Okay. You know what I do not like? I don't like raisins in my candy. I don't like raisins in my desserts. It's not the Victorian ages. We've come a long way, right? We don't use steam powered dirigibles or anything. You know what I mean? We don't need to put raisins in cakes or cookies. Okay, that's just a hot take here. So I can't get behind like a chunky bar or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, can't do it. Fifth Avenue. Oh yeah, Fifth Avenues are great. They're still around, I believe. You know what else I like? Abba Zaba. But I think I have to order it online. I don't think you can. I haven't been able to find Abba Zabbas anywhere. Not even at the Cracker Barrel, right? Of all the places you would think they'd have an Abba Zaba, you'd think they'd have it at the Cracker Barrel little shop, right? Because they got all the nostalgic candies. How about like a good nostalgic candy, Cracker Barrel? No, they got some good ones too. Yo, Abba Zaba, my only friend. Well, let's go to the hole, or let's go to the Guck. I know I'm over here yapping. I don't know what's going on. What else is new? Well, we're here. Used to get those massive jawbreakers and work on them for a week or yeah. I got one of those at the movie theater one time, and it definitely took me a while. I didn't have one of those fancy jawbreaker holders for it though, so I think I was wrapping it in saran wrap or something. Borderline nasty. You say Mary Jane's. Oh, those are really good. Honestly, they kind of remind me of an Abba Zaba. They got like that peanut butter inside. Delicious. Delicious. How do we get on this topic? Somebody brought up candy, and that's it now. Question of the day. Friendship ended with old question of the day. New question of the day is candy? Question mark. It's good to have bonus questions. Sometimes there's even a question on a Tuesday, or as we call them now, Tuesdays, right? It's a good stream when we changed the whole name of the day after it. You don't eat American candies anymore. Dark chocolate and cheesecake gets you through. Yeah. American candies have probably been on a decline as far as either quality of ingredients or size or just value for your money. It's not, nothing's what I remember anymore. Every time I get something, it's a little smaller or a little, you know what I mean? It's just like, I remember when these used to have like whole peanuts, just, stuff, just everything slipping. But it is what it is. Shareholders need their profits, and CEOs need their yachts. So, did we really need the whole peanut? No. Haribo licorice blend from Germany. Oh, that's the thing. When you get those Haribo bags, you got to check where they're made, right? You want a real superior gummy or licorice or whatever you're buying. You got to look for the made in Germany, right? It's those purity standards. They're not messing around. Those German Haribos. German anything. Ishiwatari EQ. You know. Those purity standards are great for you want a good gummy. There's no better. Nothing against the made in Turkey Haribos. They're a fine product, but you put the two side by side and you're gonna pick the German one every time. It's just something about it. Something about that real sugar. Something about, all the ingredients being real. If you didn't know, now you know. Next time you're at the store, look at your Haribos. Check them all. Because just because you see made in Turkey on one of the varieties, you might have some made in Germany on the other ones. And that's going to be your choice, right? That's just my opinion. Kenny Powers, what the guck? I love guck. But yeah, licorice Haribos are so good. They make some really good, kind of like, what's the name of that mix? It's like a licorice mix that's like top tier. It's got like bats that are like half a fruity gummy, half a licorice, and it sounds like weird, but they're so good. They got these ones that are like kind of coated, like a fondant or whatever. You know what I mean? Oh man, any good fights? Nah, we've been our own worst enemies so far, but you should see the other guy. The other guy being the NPCs. They were getting left in the dust. We just left the hole. Now we're going deep thoughts in lower Guck. Right? So, Guck used to be a troll city, right? Is that the lore? Chilogan was telling me about this. I didn't know the lore of Guck. So, if anybody's knows some Guck lore, let's talk about it. Used to be a troll city. You'd think we would have had. I say we as a troll because I play a troll so much. Right now I'm playing a human, but when I say we trolls, you know what I mean. We should have thought about our, ducking, right? We should have dug it out a little better, but the ceiling's too low for trolls. Exactly. Corrupted by interrupt. Interesting. All right, Touch Me needs an invis undead. She looks like Shemeroid's cast on it. I'll just wait for everybody. Meningitis and Jank are coming through. Alright, I got Touch Me. Start a Frenzy. Love this song. It's like my favorite song. It's not like my favorite song. You guys know this is my favorite song. It's a toss up between upper and lower Guck, but kind of go whichever one's level appropriate. Level 56, it's a stretch. It's a stretch to call lower Guck a level appropriate for a 56. But hey, you go to the right camps, you'll make it work. You will get XP. specify some frogs for them. Gonna viz on dad. Oops. I don't have seen viz. Alright, meningitis, you can follow me. Just let Jake kill this last one. I'm gonna invis undead him. Oops. I interrupted the cast, but it was actually a good one that time. Okay. Is meningitis with us? Does anybody have C invis? Alright. Now we swim under this. Perfect. Alright. Now we're dropping down. Hey, fun bags, I appreciate you hanging out this morning. The rest of us, we're just getting started here. Cool. Everybody, the gang's all here. Or the three of us that are remaining anyway. Let's go to Frenzy. We're going to go through the secret wall here. So this was kind of a scary zone to me when I was too high level to be scared. I didn't know, but I'd never been here. Whatever year it was. I didn't have the map installed. So I was drawing my own map, right? Because you could do that. You could like turn on an option that would draw a line behind you. And I was tracing the walls. And I traced this whole room, and that's about it. You know, because it's where I started mapping. I think I was like, I think I had this little like M-shaped piece of map, and that's about it. I was afraid to touch any other wall. Anyway, that's where I started mapping because this is where the line was for the frenzy. Anyways, ancient history. It'd be fun and cool if they did fabled stuff on P99. You know, we've had P99 long enough. Fables would have happened in the timeline. But expansion-wise, there were several expansions between Velius and Fabled, right? Fabled wasn't a you want to be puller or should I passy? I guess I'll passy. I don't even need to ask. Let's just go. Let's do it. Let's get cracking the group. Keep interrupting my own cast. Hoping for some proxy. The big boppin' Dawnfire, Morning Star of Light. You know it's a good weapon. It got a comma. It's got a comma in its name. It demands respect. Alright, well, Goblin is needed. Make a silent move real quick. I don't know. We'll do that later. Do that later. No silent move. Just kidding. Just kidding. We're just getting started over here. Gonna stay on Wipeout. Where's the procs? It's got a proc. Hey Ishiwatari EQ, are you still online? I feel like we're short some flowers over here. We didn't leave you behind, did we? Didn't mean to. There's a proc, finally. There's another proc, 585 each, gotta love it. Another proc. Yeah, put a slow on me, I'll... That'd be crazy. I'll proc even more. I'll try to take off some save magic real quick while you try to land it. If I loot a Froglock fur cap, you need one. I'm not familiar with that item. Was that might be added after our oh, we're not in the same level range. We got duel first. There we go. Now it should work. Froglock fur cap. It does sound kind of familiar. I feel like is that part of the Wood Elf illusion or something? I did that quest on retail on my troll warrior. Took a long time to grind up the faction, but I went and did that faction again on this server, even though there's no illusion to reward you. It's just more of for fun slash just happens in the course of guck grind. We're doing okay. Everything's fine here. Alright, now I'm slowed actually. I see it. So let me try proc. I can put my save magic gear back on. Yeah, it's funny. They're rotting frog people, but they do still have some shame. Keep themselves covered. That's good. We don't need naked frogs hopping around here. There's a proc. Goblins wear loincloths. Yeah, they do. They don't wear them very high up though. They need like a belt. They got some like crack showing. You know what I mean? Yeah, the loincloth, very spread throughout Norathian cultures. You know, basic clothings. 80% in. And we're just getting started? Oh, yes. This is good. This is terrific. It's like 27-minute repops in here, so Jake will have to get creative. And by creative, I mean just a little more running further and further every pop until we finally start getting some local repops. I should probably be sitting in between pulls. I like to do anything but. I like to run around after him. I like to watch from around the corner. There's a lot of procs, huh? Yeah, the slow wore off, but that was like hacks. Getting crazy procs. Try to locate a species that doesn't wear the loincloths, yeah. Sharks. Imagine. Imagine if they just. The barbarians got the kilts. Trolls, ogres, they got the diapers, right? Diaper quest. I feel like a lot of the humans, the elves, they all wear pants. Right? They've advanced from the loincloth technology. Acosta said he doesn't wear underwear. Well, that's the beauty of EverQuest, right? You're free to enjoy EverQuest any way you want. And that means literally any way you want. earthquake. We got a quake. You never seen a quake? Oh yeah, you got to be on when it happens to see it. Glad you guys got to see it live here on Twitch. Need to get somewhere safe quickly. Stuff's gonna repop. This is like only one thing spawns right here. It'll be better than the other room. Is this a P99 thing? Yeah. I've only seen it happen a few times. You know, I know they happen a lot. I'll hear about them through the Discord. Speaking of which, let's tell them. Let's let the swamp know. Even if you're not watching. Speaking of the swamp, I just put a link in the chat. Okay, that whichever way the chat is, I'm gonna point to it. Right, I'm pointing every direction. One of these directions is the way chat is. That link right there, consider that your personal invitation to join the Discord called the Swamp. It's the place to be. And yeah, I just let them know about the quake in case they weren't watching. Hopefully they're watching, you know. You want to be here for the Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025. You never know what's going to happen. It's the PvP server after all. Might even get some player versus player action from time to time. Hey, he told us to get somewhere safe. Where's the, there we go. There's the repops. There's a proc. Big proc. Cool. No frenzy in either one of them pops, but it's alright. It's alright. If a frenzy popped every time and dropped an FBSS every time, it wouldn't be cool. It wouldn't be special when it does happen. You know, we gotta appreciate the rarity. Keep in mind, Guck does provide. See plenty of stuff. Honestly, XP here, not bad. Still moving. We were cooking in the hole with a full group. And now we're, you know, cooking in lower Guck with a half a group. 2/3 of a group, even. Pretty good. Solid. Hmm. I think they're feigned death. I'm just gonna wait a sec. Hungry and out of food. I can tell. There's two. Two's fine. We can do two. Is there another Dar? I rooted one. Oh, they're fighting it. Probably rooted one around. Happens. It happens. The important thing is we kill it and we get the XP. And we move on to the next one. I got a different undead proccing weapon. Has better stats, right? Better ratio. Has wisdom. This one has less than half the wisdom. But it doesn't proc as hard, right? But it's still nice. I carry them both. Why not? Nice helmet. I like the look of it. What's that, Sentinel or something? Switching weapons back. Nice. Started the stream out below 50%. So we're looking at closing in on 2 bubbles of gains today, which I feel like is about what we got last Sunday. You know, it's 56 is a grind. All the 50s are, let's face it. I should probably mad a little bit. The slightest bit of mana, just in case. You never know. You never know when you're gonna actually need to cast some spells over here. Be right back. I'm here. I'm here. What up? What up, Fardotron? Question of the day. You ever been scared in EverQuest? Was there any zones? What's the scariest zone in EQ? Or one that sticks out in memory? You know? Did you conquer that fear? Or you still avoid it? You know? Just trying to discuss this. I gotta know, you could even say. I've had a few scary ones in my day. I used to be scared of Upper Guck, but I definitely conquered that fear. I love Upper Guck. It's my home away from home. There's definitely the motif for a lot of EQ dungeons. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Um, we were talking before how Befallen had more of like a horror vibe than Unrest, right? Unrest was like Halloweeny. Befallen was more like actual horror. Same era though, you know? It's interesting. Different zones have different flavors. Yeah, Unrest like a campy horror movie, Undead Barkeep. Come on. I know, right? It's so silly. I love Unrest. I always did. It felt like such an accomplishment to go in there and like get a group, just slaughter yard trash. Like that was like to me very very satisfying. Najina would be scarier if the mobs were higher level. Yeah, yeah. If you go at a low enough level, it could be very scary, and it's like kind of horror-ish, you know, almost like Saw. You're in like a weird like dungeon, like sick experiments or something. But yeah, low level mobs kind of like makes that not as scary by the time you make it there. Probably. Yeah, Upper Gut scared the crap out of me because I was like level 9 or something like that. And I fell off that circle bridge. I got swarmed by some frogs. And I think I was dead before I could even climb the ladder. Terrifying. Something about the SSRA raid, Straw raid, the Luckland snake peeps. Something about the snake men was creepy as a kid. Yeah, I mean, they are kind of creepy. I feel like the scariest thing about all those things was their HP pool. Ridiculous. One thing I don't like about Luckland, the thought that just like higher HP equals better raid content, you know? I mean, like I get it. Weapons were better. They had to do something to make things not too easy, but ugh, they took it like over the top. The HP pools on some of them friggin' Luckland raids was crazy. I should have watched where I was going. I tried to blind myself instead of IVU. Oh my god, this is great. Swish, hey. I appreciate the quick prats from work. It's good to see you on a Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025, of which this is number 29. And I think it's going just great. We went to the hole. We had deep thoughts, deep in the hole there, and now we're in lower guck. We're staying. We're staying low. We're in the trenches. We're down deep. Red 99. Champions only on this server. You know. Number 29 and many more. That's the spirit swish. It feels so good. Playing my comfort game, just the way I like it. You know. Classic. please. Missed out on a sweet, sweet black pearl. Can't have that. I'll give those to Chilogan for I was gonna say for blacksmithing. For jewel crafting, you can't just buy those. You gotta farm those. Take a nice beats here. Ugh, didn't I just med? What happened to all my mana? What am I doing? How do I do this? Yeah, let's talk scary zones. Okay, what's one I haven't mentioned yet? It was brought up, but I feel like the Furion of Eye tunnel. It's not scary, but the first time I went through it, it was tense. I didn't know what I was gonna see. I didn't know if it was gonna see me. It was just new and uncharted territory for me. And I think something about the unknown is inherently a little frightening. And plus the texture of the walls down there. Something about that was a little scary. You guys scared in G-Fay as a kid because you guys lost in the woods? Yeah, I mean G-Fay is like big and without landmark. Like it's so plain. Um, it's kind of like G-Fay is scary the way like the oceans or like deep space is scary. It's like you're just out there in a void. Wow, real big band hours. Who up? Vex Thal. Scary Dev thought it would be a good idea. Yeah. Um, yeah. I only went to any of those Luckland raid zones as revisiting as later on when I had the ability to solo stuff. So I didn't like the HP pools of any of that stuff. It was ridiculous. But as far as stuff hitting me, I wasn't in any real threat. Bilver says you got lost your first tune level 5 in Lesser Fay. Thanks to that brownie outcast. Oh man, those brownies are such bastards. Public enemy number one if you're on that continent. I almost lost my hardcore tune a couple weeks ago to a brownie. But then again, for all I know, I wasn't even KOS, but I was not stopping to check. I was just running. And, players were dropping like flies, but Egg Hunt got out. Protect the egg. Stare that zone for a long time after that. Absolutely. That's a traumatizing experience, and you're very valid in, not wanting to step back, foot back. What does Lesser Fay even have to offer besides terrible brownie experience? You know what I mean? By experience, I mean negative experience when I'm D-leveling you. So valid for that. Lesser Fast Enchanter spells. Ooh! Probably why I'm missing so many spells on Ruby. Oh, that Black Unicorn? Yeah, the Pained Unicorn, right? Or Equestrial the Corrupted? I forgot which one's which. Equestrial's the black one, right? Yeah, yeah. Those were scary. That zone has like boogeymen. I think first time I died in Lesser Fate it was to a Shadow Man. Shadowman. We are tearing it up down here. Let's go. Shadow Men were scary to me because I didn't like that you couldn't see them. Like, looking back on it, it's not that bad. Probably easier to target a Shadow Man than a Will-O-Wisp. But, I didn't like that. Thought that was a little unfair and scary. Alright, let's see here. I'll be right back. I need just the slightest bit of mana. Yeah, anywhere that where there's trains, there's the potential to be scary, right? What about players subjected to Fancy the Bard's sand giant trains? I bet that was scary. Imagine just minding your own business, being a, you know, being an evil in Oasis. That must have been. But little did you know you're a part of history. Fear requires some level of anticipation. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You could get jump scared out of nowhere. Fancy victims just blew up out of nowhere. Yeah. By the time you realize what happened, it's too late. No time for fear. Server specific terrifying zones. Yeah. Like Red 99, the opposition would be valid to say Lower Guck is scary. Because look at how much harm touch is here right now. Right? Harm touch up. Uh, where's Harm touch up. I could log on as Shadow Knight right now. Blow a harm touch, camp out, log another Shadow Knight, blow a harm touch, camp out, log another Shadow Knight, blow. You know what I mean? Like dangerous, and I'll go ahead and say it. Scary. That could be scary for you. That's why they don't want it. Fair. I get it. I wouldn't want that either. No frenzy pop. Womp womp. It's all right. We'll kill the placeholders. Then we'll fight in the shade. Right? That's the line. You like the we shall fight in the shade reference? Yeah. The less appropriate, the better with references like that. I think, for example, Family Guy did that best with "It's just been revoked." Right? Hey, Fardotron. Speaking of Mark Twain, did I ever tell you about the time I saw Mark Twain's ghost? It was so weird. It's a true story. It was several years ago now. No, somewhere between a few and several. It was back when I was still smoking cigarettes. So I was on my way to not the local corner store because it was a little late. It was like 10:30 p.m., 10:40 maybe. It wasn't quite 11, I don't think, but it was late. It was dark, and the local corner store closed at 10. So I had to go another extra block. Right, you toured his house once. So you may or may not recall, his house is in a neighborhood that was once very, very nice in the Gilded Age, and when he lived there. But you know, Hartford's had a rough couple centuries. And anyways, I'm walking I'm walking down Mark Twain Street, Farmington Ave, and it's like 10:40, like I said, and I see Mark Twain walking the opposite direction. It was very strange. You know what I mean? If it was a reenactor, he was the most convincingly dressed, looking. Everything about him was Mark Twain. Just it was very strange. Like yes, it was right down the street from Mark Twain's house. So I mean, if you're gonna see Mark Twain anywhere, I guess it makes sense. You know, or if you're gonna see a Mark Twain reenactor, I guess it makes sense to see him right down the street. But at 10:40 p.m. on just a random weekday where it's Hartford, there's nobody out on. You know what I mean? Like, it, the city like shuts down at night. It gets very quiet. You're not seeing hardly anybody out, let alone Mark Twain. It was just weird. He looked way too comfortable out there too. He was just strolling down the street. It was strange. Very strange. Never seen, you know what I mean? I've never seen another Mark Twain reenactor out there. You know what I mean? I can't really explain it other than I'm pretty sure I've seen Mark Twain's ghost. Pretty sure. You got to tour his house. It's an awesome house. I've never been inside, but you know, used to live a few blocks away. He apparently popularized that neighborhood. He like hit up all his author friends and got them to move there. He like talked it up. They got to check this place out. It's cool. And a lot of them moved down. Harriet Beecher Stowe's house is like two houses down. Um, there's a bunch of authors. I think they all used to throw parties too. Those would have been cool parties. 150 years ago or whatever. But yeah. If it was a reenactor, he deserved an award for most convincing reenactor. And especially to be off the clock and still, you know what I mean? Like beating expectations. It makes me think it was supernatural. That dude who died on the Annabelle tour. Yeah, you heard about that? Um, I heard a radio interview with Tony Spira yesterday. Maybe it was the day before. Um, who I've actually met before. He was the Warren's son-in-law. He was saying it had nothing to do with Annabelle. So if he's saying that, I'm gonna have to go and ahead and say I guess it doesn't have anything to do with Annabelle, because that guy would like to find a link between it all. You know what I mean? Like, he is very invested and immersed in that world. So he seemed really serious and down about it. You could tell like he was close with the guy that died, and he did not want to, make any sort of light of it at all. Even dark light, as far as it was the curse of Annabelle, etc., etc. But it was a pretty young guy. It can happen, right? But uh, sad. But I guess Annabelle was not in the room with him when it happened or anything like that. This is what I've heard. Yeah, Annabelle, probably Hartford's second most famous Hartford resident, right after Mark Twain. That's where Annabelle was. The Annabelle story started in like 1970 or something like that. It is Connecticut is a haunted state for sure. I mean, it's think about it. Home to the bloodiest battle in on American soil, or the bloodiest war, and we never even hear about it. We never talk about it. Yeah, the witch trial. Hartford had its own witch trials. Yep, yep. I feel like, yeah, anywhere you had people settling, uh, like 400 years ago, you're bound to have some dark times in your history over the course of 400 years. Yeah, that Dudley stuff. Yeah, yeah, Dudley Town. So I heard that a lot of that backstory of the Dudley family is kind of embellished or whatever. Yeah, the Haunting in Connecticut house is in yep. It's a real house in Southington, yep. What else? What else is spooky? Green Lady Cemetery. Got the abandoned asylum and stuff. All that stuff's pretty spooky. I think part of what adds to the spookiness. Speaking of scary zones, yeah, Connecticut's a scary zone. Um, Part of what adds to the spookiness of it is they don't tear anything down. Right? You're done with a big building. Just let nature take its course. We'll build something on the grounds in 200 years when it falls down on its own. Tearing stuff down. Oh, now you gotta worry about asbestos abatement or whatever. I don't know what their real problems are with it, but they just don't tear down shit. They'll just let it. Green Lady was a contact on your phone. Oh, I get it. I get it. Hilarious. There's the Little People's Village, right? That's a classic. So what I've heard is the mundane story is that it was a roadside attraction. It was just something from, back in the days of the interstate system and blah, blah, blah. We used to have roadside attractions to attract travelers. And Little People's Village was supposedly a roadside attraction. But that's not the tale that they try to spook you with. Whoops. I guess I'll finish this one off. The tale they try to spook you with is that some lady heard the voices of the little people. They were like wood nymphs or whatever, and they told her to murder her family. to build a village for the wood nymphs and to rule over them from a throne. And that's what she did. And if you sit in the throne, you're cursed. Anyway, what there is they call it roadside, but you know what I mean. The road isn't really used anymore. You go down like old Middlebury Road or something like that. I don't know. It's something out there that's old something, and because it used to be the road, but now the new road goes somewhere else. But anyway, you go in the woods. You go down the old road to where the blockade is. You park and then you walk down it, and then you go into the woods. And then you find the village, and it's just pretty much only foundations and ruins now. But they're like little like doll houses. Like somebody took the time to make miniature houses in the woods. They've been destroyed over the years, but it's just weird. And then you find the throne, which is really just kind of like a carved up tree stump into a weird wooden chair. But anyway, that's it. And there's also the ruins of a house, like a full size house, and that's the setting of the story, right? That's where the family lived. That's where the lady went crazy. That's the throne she ruled over the little people from. That's where the little people lived, and that's what we're meant to believe. But I think it's a bunch of hooey. Indian burial grounds. Yeah, all over the place. That's what I'm talking about. The bloodiest battles in the American War happened before the Revolution, or American soil, right? It was the King Philip's War. Which I never learned about in school because they don't like to talk about uncomfortable realities, right? And that's something was an uncomfortable reality. Kegadin, what's going on? We're just getting started over here. We're talking about how the first Thanksgiving was probably great. We wore the buckle hats, and the Native Americans came and brought us like corn or something, and we all ate some turkey, and everything was good. Right. Except it probably wasn't like that. There's a lot of people died in the founding of this country. It's crazy. Anyway. Just getting started over here. And by that I mean it's 1 p.m. already. We had a terrific Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025. Number. Whoops. Yeah, just re-invite me when you can. Number 29. And let's see. We're gonna go raid a channel, right? We always, Kagan, you're just in time. You got one last chance to answer the question of the day, right? It's your last chance. Question of the day: what's the scariest zone in EQ? Is there any that really spooked you? And did you overcome your fear, or you still avoid it? I gotta know. I gotta know. And we're also gonna go ask that to whatever channel we go raid. We're gonna go raid a channel now. It's that time. I had a blast. I gotta go to lunch now. I gotta go put something in my belly because I can't live on summoned black bread alone. As much as I like to pretend I can. Water flasks and black bread. Fill a digital need, but not the physical need. All right, what do we got? What do we got? Who's playing EverQuest? Who can we go find? Got some Fangbreaker. A lot of people playing retail today. Interesting. Let's go visit Sanguine. All right, let's ask Sanguine. What's the scariest zone in EverQuest? Okay, it's the question of the day. I gotta know. Tell him Chewy gotta know. Okay. Thanks for being here. I hope to see you Tuesday, aka Tuesday, for afternoon stream. I'm gonna play something new, and I'm trying to get through the backlog. Right, I got a backlog on Steam. I'm thinking Slay the Minotaur. That's my early thoughts. I'm choosing now. Okay, early thoughts on it. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I appreciate you so much. You own all zones. Kegadan, that's the kind of champion attitude I expect from you. Never change, buddy. Appreciate that. All right, let's go. Show Sanguine some love. It says we're starting the raid in 10 seconds, okay? So remember the question of the day. Take it with you. Ask everybody. Ask your neighbor. Be like, Chewy gotta know. And when they say, who's Chewy? Like, oh boy, I got a channel for you. All right, see ya. Peace out.